Disclaimer: first use and education purpose use only. All rights, image, and music clip belong to their prospective owner, and we do not claim ownership. Man, check this out. What I found out about our religions: Christian religion, Muslim religion, Freemasonry. All I'm here for, gang. Guess what I found out? And this finna blow your mind about Jesus. The Noah Ark finna get exposed. The New Testament finna get exposed. Even the Old Testament finna get exposed. All because of that timestamp. Don't y'all know, man, Trey Gang done had a little bit of sleep. A little bit of sleep. Cause I've been doing research. The stuff that I done found out. Alright, check this out. Hold up. I'm gonna wait till some people get in there, John. You know what I'm talking about? Alright. Let me go to my big screen on her. Now I want you to keep this in mind. When I say Trey Gang finna expose the biggest cover up in the world. In the world. And everybody was raised in the church. Now keep this in mind. Everybody was raised in the church. Remember your pastor. Check this out. If you still go to church and you got a pastor, after this live video, next time you see your pastor, next time you even go to church, man, you're gonna make that man hair stand up on the back of his neck. If he know the truth. Watch this. Check this out, right? Man, y'all, Mary is according to the Bible, Mary gonna be a Jewish woman from Nazareth, right? Ain't that's where Jesus was born? All right. You see her red cheekbone. You see her image. Look what she got on. You know she ain't staying in no jungle, and you know she ain't staying in no mud brick. You know what I'm saying? Houses, and you know what I'm saying, like mud brick houses. Oh, they got a palace, bro. They got a palace. Check this out. Watch this though. Here go Joseph. Check this out. Now this supposed to be Joseph, the daddy. Well, in our terms, he the stepdaddy cause he got a wife that's still a virgin and couldn't conceive a child. So guess what? God gonna appoint her a child. Keep this in mind. Either a blonde head or a red head baby. All right. Check this out. If you look at the daddy, look how old the daddy is. Man, this an old man. You see what I'm saying? Check this out. If you look at all the recent presidents, they don't have beards. Because if you let your beard grow out, your identity show. That's why they want us to cut our hair and keep it low and don't grow it out. Make that make sense, right? All right, check this out. This the daddy. But guess who gonna be the granddaddy of Jesus? I went over this in my last live, right? Who was the granddaddy? So this is what I did. I investigated Mary. I'm looking at this like a missing person case or a murder case. You know what I'm saying? A suspicious case, right? So I looked at it as a detective. Thank God for Kanika Jenkins, because once I figured out that the timestamp was off, boy, watch when I'm finna expose the timestamp on this one. Why am I finna expose a timestamp on this one, Jack? Shit. Man, now you finna see why I got a little bit of sleep. But guess what? This live finna be at least, I don't even know, I ain't gonna give it a timestamp on this live. This live could be 24 hours. From the things that I found out. So thumb me up right now and let's get to it. Let's get to it, right? Okay. Remind y'all, this when Jesus was born, either in the 4th or the 6th, 1st century. Know this before Christ. Well, they won't in our generation. Yeah, this was before Christ. But if you look at this mean before common era. Before common era, right? So when I started investigating, I'm like, oh, that's why they named it BC. It was not before Christ. It was an era in the Bible. And the Bible was already, you know what I'm saying, finna written, right? And all of this old stuff. So guess what? Check this out. Look where he was born at. Jesus. Wait a minute. In the Roman Empire? Uh-oh. I thought he was born in Bethlehem. In the Herodic Kingdom, the Roman Empire. What is that? Right here. So you mean tell me, oh, this finna make a lot of sense, Trey Gang. If this saying Roman was already ruling Israel, everybody know that's where you get the Pope from, and most of your presidents, you know what I'm saying, come from Roman, Germany, Caucasus Mountain, right up in that area, right? Okay. Check this out. So that's why they said Jesus would die at the age of 30 or 33. Keep those numbers in mind. 333 equal what? 6. 6. All right. Now, he was known for what? Christianity. Now look, do you see the image? They already got a temple. They already got a church, right? He was known as a Muhammad prophet. I mean, the major prophet in Muhammad. He was a Christian figure manifesting God. And guess what this religion was founded in? In the 19th century? That's in the 1900s. So now you see where this finna go, right? Think about who we be going to war with when it was slavery time. Y'all remember when they gave us Christopher Columbus and all that old stuff? Y'all remember King James version of the Bible and all this stuff? Watch this. Check this out. All right. Y'all see this is West Asia. This is West Asia. This is Africa. This is Israel. Roman Empire, Russia, Caucasus Mountain, even because this Afghanistan, you know what I'm talking about? Afghanistan, right? And Afghanistan and Iran right up in here, right? The reason why I pulled this up because of this, what I read. Why I'm doing the investigation, looking at this like a homicide. Because you know Jesus was crucified, right? So watch this. If you listen to this, let's read this out loud.
West Asia, also called Western Asia or Southwest Asia, is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the island of Cyprus, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus. 4. 5. The region is separated from Africa by the Isthmus of Suez in Egypt.
Oh! With that being said, the region was separated from Africa. Man, I'm finna show you why they say Jesus was black. See what I'm saying? Now, do you got a clear understand? This why I went to the look. That's why they said don't be confused with the Middle East. Cause ain't this where the Middle East at? Right up in the same location. But why not be confused? We all know this the Middle East right here. The reason why they said don't be confused, you know, with the East, all because of the DNA. All because of the DNA. Now, remember the Adam and Eve story? Watch how all this finna make sense. Bear with me. Bear with me on this one. And then, remember the Moses story, right? Because he was saying, let my people go. Guess who Moses was? He wasn't black. He wasn't black. Or was he was? Check this out.
Egypt, and separated from Europe by the waterways of the Turkish Straits and the watershed of the Greater Caucasus.
I gotta stop it right here. Remember Noah's flood? So check this out. When you think about the Garden of Eden, right? Cause once you get to Egypt and look, this Africa, think about Garden of Eden. When Noah's flood hit, right? Check this out. Everybody know it up at this part, Africa, including Egypt, was up on the water at some time. So that's where you finna get the Noah flood. That's why they said, what? Who would be separating from the Africans? Who would be separating from the Africans? So look, then everybody already know Moses saying, let my people go in Egypt, you know what I'm talking about? And this spread from Europe. Whoa. So guess how I'm finna expose this Bible with the 12 disciples by itself. It leading to the Caucasus Mountain. If you know about Noah's Ark, where they crashed at in the Caucasus Mountain, and the Caucasus Mountain is right there at Russia, center of Asia, South Asia. You see that? Center Asia. And that's why they got Noah and said, yeah, bring all the animals on the boat. So where do you think they were getting no exotic animals from? Africa. Right? Cause what wild animal that would be roaming in the desert? Not an elephant. You see what I'm saying? Not an elephant. Not a monkey. So watch this.
Caucasus. Central Asia lies to its northeast, while South Asia lies to its east. 12 seas surround the region, clockwise the Aegean Sea, the Sea of Marmara, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Aden, the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba, the Gulf of Suez, and the Mediterranean Sea.
Now you see how all of that spread by water, right? Man, look, I know the 4 rivers at. Man, check this out. When I investigate the Bible and trying to find out the 4 rivers, because they're going to tell you where Garden of Eden was. So, guess where? I'm going to give you a scenario where Garden of Eden at. Y'all remember Queen Sheba? And they had to admit that Queen Sheba is from where? Can anybody tell me where Queen Sheba is from? But everybody debating on what is she was white or black? Cause you know when it come to movie in Hollywood, you know you got white actors and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And you dig a little deeper, you would be like, damn, well, why they got old ass statues and written about this later? All right, check this out. So when you think about Noah's flood, and when the boat, look at it like this here. After when Adam and Eve were cast out the garden and all of this old stuff, guess where Cain settled at? Once you find out where Cain settled at, Cain settled in the Middle East. So if Cain settled in the Middle East, right? That's why they say don't be confused with the Middle East, because this is where Cain originated, and he built the city of, that's where you get the Canaanites. Why? There you go, Yemen. Look, guess where Yemen at? Right here. Yeah, so when you think about Queen Sheba, guess who Queen Sheba went to go see? King Solomon, right? I mean, that was King David, I think. King David. And remind y'all, she went to King David. Now, that was Solomon, because he had the wisdom, and he impressed her with his wisdom. Keep this in mind, this is in Jerusalem. Keep this in mind, Ethiopia is right in her. Right? Ethiopia is right in her, and Egypt is right there. Y'all remember when they said when Jesus was born, the king put a hit out on Jesus and said kill all the kids from infant to 2 years old, and Jesus fled to Egypt. But guess what? I believe when he fled to Egypt, at some point in time, he was in Ethiopia. Now you finna see why Queen Sheba went to go visit David in Israel. Uh-oh. And when the Bible tried to speak of Jesus' bloodline, they did say, yeah, you know, King David is a descendant of Jesus. So watch this.
C. West Asia contains the majority of the similarly defined Middle East. The Middle East is a political term invented by Western geographers that has historically included various territories depending on political and historical context, while West Asia is a geographical term with more accuracy and consistency. It excludes most of Egypt and the northwestern part of Turkey, and includes the southern part of the Caucasus. West Asia covers an area of 5,994,935 square kilometers, 2,314,657 square miles, with a population of about 313 million, 2 of the 20 UN member countries fully or partly within the region. 13 are part of the Arab world. The most populous countries in West Asia are Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen.
Uh-oh. So when you think about Queen Sheba, let's trace that bloodline back in the real time stamp. Because guess what? Don't it go back to the Aryan world Oh, look what the Aryan world was a part of at that time. Uh-oh. So check this out. Now you finna see, damn, Trey Gang, you finna point this shit back to Africa. You finna point it back to Africa. So when you think about Queen Sheba, look, that's dealing with Yemen, right? Ain't that's where Queen Sheba came from? Uh-oh. Right there at the Gulf of Eden. Ooh, wait a minute. Eden? All right. Hold up. They said it's a part of the Aryan world. Then Jesus spoke Aramaic. What language Jesus spoke? And guess how? Man, that's why African was speaking Aramaic. Oh, okay. I get it now. That's why Aramaic is in our neighborhood, you know, at our corner stores. Get the gas from, you know what I'm talking about? Because guess what? They know the truth about our religion, right? So check this out. You go to Iran. Once you go to Iran, and guess who Iran was named after? Jesus' granddaddy. This shit finna get real. That's what Iran came into be. So look at it like this. You had the Aryan world and the Iranians and the Turkish people, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq, right? And what is all up in here? All up in here.
Yemen. In the World Geographical Scheme for Recording Plant Distributions, WGSRPD, West Asia excludes the Arabian Peninsula and includes Afghanistan. 5. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, excludes Egypt and includes Afghanistan. 6. The United Nations Environment Program excludes Cyprus, Israel, Turkey, and Iran from West Asia. 7. Definition. The term West Asia is used pragmatically and has no correct or generally accepted definition. Its typical definitions overlap substantially, but not entirely, with definitions of the terms Middle East, Eastern Mediterranean, and Near East, which is historically familiar but widely deprecated today. 8. The National Geographic Style Manual, as well as Madison's The World Economy, Historical Statistics, 2003, by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, include only Bahrain, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon.
So when you hear this, think about why Jesus went to Egypt. See, in the Bible, it's going to tell you that, yeah, he was in Egypt, you know what I'm saying, because that's where he fled to. And y'all remember when Jesus, they missing Jesus' teenager years? So if you got the king put a hit out on Jesus and he fled to where? Egypt, which is that's in Africa? So he had to hide amongst who? Black people? Check this out.
Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Palestine, called West Bank and Gaza in the latter, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, UAE, and Yemen as West Asian countries. 9. 10. By contrast, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, in its 2015 yearbook includes Armenia and Azerbaijan and excludes Israel as other and Turkey as Europe. 11. Unlike the UNIDO, the United Nations Statistics Division, UNSD, excludes.
So I gotta stop it right here. You see how the United States got involved? Cause look who running the country. The same goddamn people that was running Israel. The same people that was running Israel. Let me do it like this. Y'all see King David? Ain't this King David, the king of Israel? Look at this image and look at this likeness, right? Check this out. If you go when he was born, they said, yeah, you know he was born in the 10th century before Christ and the 9th century before Christ. Keep this in mind. This is a Bible common era. They put the word era behind it because they had people thinking this was before Christ. If you look at King David, and we all read this in the Bible. This is what make him so special in the Bible. When I put that timestamp together, look. Check this out. Hold up. He was born either in the 9th or the 8th century. But check this out. He was born in the 9th century. In the 9th going on the 10th. So that means there would be 900 years. Right? So when you put, when the investigation I did, put it like this here. This the 9th century. This would be 1,000 years after Jesus' death. Not before Christ, but after Jesus' death. If you look at it like this here, the king of Israel, he the king of Israel. And his successor was Solomon. Remember Solomon? So check this out. Look at what they wearing. Look what, if Jesus already preached to the world, and it was rapidly spreading, and they had to crucify him, right? Now you will see why they was like, yeah, you know, I'm a descendant of God, and his prophecy, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a child born in Israel and be the kings. But the whole time the murder was already committed, and that was down there 900 years ago. So when you read the Bible again, now you'll be like, damn, that's why they prophets. Cause guess who the prophet was? The same people that walked with Jesus that got murdered. So what they did was, this is what they did. They had to change the timestamp on the history. So basically what I'm saying, the New Testament is the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is the New Testament. So when you get the Noah's flood, right? Look, just say like right here, Caucasus Mountain, Turkey. That's when Noah's flood, when he landed on the mountain, he was a caveman. That's where you get the Flintstones from, right? That's finna be a white man boat landing in Caucasus Mountain with animals. All right? The Arab world, check this out. Where do you think when it came to the Garden of Eden, where they had to flee to? That's the white man history. Noah's Ark is the white man history explaining you where cavemen come from. Where cavemen come from. So look, that's why it's finna deal with Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and keep this in mind. Yemen, because that's where Queen Sheba come from. Keep this in mind. Once you study Iranian, look at their logo. Now y'all see they said this is up before Christ 25 years ago and made it look like that. If you reverse this timestamp, if you reversed it, when I say reverse it, cause this they making it look like we living in the year 2025, right? If we living in the year 2025, right? This is what year we living in. If you go back to 609, not before Christ, but after death. Now you know the white man history. Once you know the white man history and then the Iranian history, you will see who was the first, well, not the first slave, but guess who was in majority enslaved at the time? White people. That's why you got Moses saying, let my people go, right? Let my people go. Guess who he was talking to? The Iranians, the Ethiopians, we in the Mali Empire. In the Mali Empire. Hold up. Check this out. If you, since we living in the year 2025 right now, cancel this BC out. Cause that's the trick part about it. If you were thinking this before Christ, you giving in on the cover up. And this dealing with your spiritual belief. If you look at this today, this year 2025, go back to the year 609. Right? So that means Jesus was already died at least 600 years, well, 580 something, you know what I'm talking about? Right? So this would be after Jesus' death, not before Christ. If you read your Bible again and start with this time stamp from today and go back to this time stamp, guess what you finna get? Damn, so these people really wrote that Bible damn near thousand a year ago after Jesus died, just to fill up a prophecy. So if you look at the Old Testament when Moses was trying to fill the prophecy, so you might as well just say Jesus was already dead. That's why the pastors always taught you, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Jesus already did this when Moses, before Moses, Noah, Ark, when Jesus said, I am who I am in the New Testament, and then it gonna predict. So what I'm basically saying, when Moses had the tablets, the 10 Commandments, where you think they got that shit from? Jesus was already dead and crucified. So what they did, they said get Noah, Moses, you know what I'm saying, King David and them, you know what I'm saying, made them look like they were before Jesus, because when they murdered him, right? So when they murdered him and wrote their scripture, so when they wrote the scripture, we thinking that, oh, that's why God talked to them, because they said, yeah, Jesus will they had dreams. They had dreams and stuff that the Messiah was coming. And you know what I'm saying, because Jesus was already died. So that means when Jesus died, and the message that he said something like, yeah, you know I'm coming back, right? You know what I'm saying? When I come back, you know, I'm going to wait till the perfect time to come back to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Now, it been 2025 years ago, right? You see what I'm saying? I'm glad that you mentioned the Ice Age, because all that shit finna get exposed. Just because of this time stamp. So that means when King David, look, if you go to King David, look when he would be born. Don't it make sense he would be born in the 10th century? So that means he was born between 900 and 1,000 years ago. Now you see why he would be all and dressed up. Look at his wardrobe. Look at the beard. And next thing you know, that's why they're like, we got to paint the image of God and keep the murder cover up. Because Jesus was already dead. You see what I'm saying? This was not before Christ. This was after Christ. So this what I did. It all made sense to me. I said, well, look, let me see when he was born again. You know he was born in the 9th century. In the 9th century. Google what's the 9th century on your phone right now. And this finna expose what we believed in, what we thought we were believing in. If they said he was born in the 10th century, the 9th and the 10th century, right? Watch how they finna get exposed when they say before Christ. But when you go back to the 9th century, that's 900, 1,000 years. So that means 600 years later, you get the Christopher Columbus story with the King James version, right? Hold on, gang. Check this out.
Iran from West Asia and includes Turkey, Georgia, and Cyprus in the region. 12 in the United Nations Geopolitical Eastern European Group. Armenia and Georgia are included in Eastern Europe, whereas Cyprus and East Thracian Turkey are in Southern Europe. These 3 nations are listed in the European category of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. National members of West Asian sports governing bodies are limited to Bahrain, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Syria, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. 13, 14, 15. The Olympic Council of Asia's multi-sport event West Asian Games are contested by athletes representing these 13 countries. Among the region's sports organizations are the West Asia Basketball Association, West Asian Billiards and Snooker Federation, West Asian Football Federation, and the West Asian Tennis Federation.
Map. Arm.
Azerbaijan.
Ba.
N. Cyprus. S. Cyprus.
Egypt. Georgia.
Now just look at the location, right? Just look at the location. So look, if you look at the location, man, y'all remember the Red Sea? Even Moses was in Egypt. Guess what they said? Moses was floating down the Nile River. So if Moses was floating down the Nile River, guess where Moses came from? If he was floating down the Nile River, you remember the Moses story? Oh yeah, you know Moses was born from this lady and she wanted to board the child, so she put it in the crate, and you know the crate floated down world, and guess who took him in? Man, this shit finna be so crazy. This shit finna be crazy. Cause when you think about the Garden of Eden, if you put an E on there, won't you will find out that's why they call this the Garden of Eden. If you put an E, how you spell Eden? And then look, when I said think about Queen Sheba, would this get your attention if you change the A to an E? The Gulf of Eden are like the Garden of Eden, where it was deeply water, Indian Ocean. Keep this in mind what they taught us about school about the Indians. And that's between Yemen, where Queen Sheba from. Why you think they came up with the Christopher Columbus story talking about, yeah, you know, we discover America? You see what I'm saying? So when I invested timestamp, what it sound like where Jesus finna come from? What it sound like where Jesus finna come from, right? This finna change everything in the Bible, and it finna expose Freemasonry. Cause y'all remember when I grabbed that, when I told y'all, I said, y'all, I had a Masonic book. I met a white man, he was my neighbor, and he was saying some racial slurs, listening to some music. I guess he was high on some dope, you know what I'm saying? I heard him saying the nigga word, cause I was in my backyard, you know what I'm saying? I was in my backyard, and he ain't noticed me. And then, you know what I'm saying, till when he noticed me, he came and apologized to me, and then we end up being best friends. Well, not just best friends, but close friends, right? And that's how I got the Masonic Bible, because that's his daddy was a Freemason. And I said, man, when I told y'all, I said, man, look, when I opened that Bible up, man, it had presidents in there, and I'm like, this ain't some shit I'm used to. Like, why would the Bible have George Washington, President Eisenhower, you know what I'm saying, and all of this old shit? And I'm like, and then when they was explaining how Freemason got started. So check this out. When they were building the Tower of Babylon, watch this. When they were building the Tower of Babylon, Jesus already died. They already killed him. That's the cold part about it. Because they had me thinking the opposite. When I was thinking about Moses, I'm thinking about, man, you know, Moses' story with the Egypt and all of this, and Jesus wasn't even born yet. So they made me believe that Jesus wasn't even born yet, but Jesus already died and crucified. So these people live years after Jesus' death, bro. That's why they came up with that prophet shit. Yeah, you know, the prophet said, oh, look, you had a dream, right? Like, think about like the Martin Luther King speech. That's how the prophet said, yeah, you know, I had a dream. Mary, that Jesus finna be born, and we're gonna, I'm gonna plant my seed in you so my son can come down there and rule the world. I thought that was God predicted Mary, like, damn, you know, that's why in the Bible, them old ass women could produce no goddamn babies. Don't that make sense? So if they saying, yeah, God spoke to me and said, yeah, I'm gonna have a baby, so that means that side of the story got to be made up, right? To cover up what? A murder. You see what I'm saying? Oh shit! There you go. Exactly. That's why they scream Babylon time is up. Cause guess what? Make it so bad. This finna go back to the Statue of Liberty. When it go back to the Statue of Liberty, right? Now you'll see why you got a motherfucker standing over many waters. That's the first thing you finna see in New York. I never looked at it like this when I investigated the timestamp. I said, you mean to tell me that the descendants from King Dave, Queen Elizabeth and them, they the ones government our countries? So that means the USA government, like the government of Texas. Go look who the government of Texas is and find out his family tree. Find out Donald Trump family tree. Now, when I found out Donald Trump family tree, I said, oh shit, no wonder why he got connected with Jeffrey Epstein in Israel. You see what I'm saying? In Israel, right? So I was like, oh, no wonder all our presidents come from where? Noah's Ark. When the white people was fleeing, if they was in Africa, guess where they had to flee? Because wherever they flee to, like Iran, they were captured during Iranian. They in Africa, they were captured in Egypt. Once you go down the hill, well, you know what I'm talking about, in this area, Ethiopian shit, Egypt. So if you look at this whole area, right here, Queen Sheba came from right here. where Noah was living at, right? Where Noah was living at when he was getting the message talking about, yeah, you know, God spoke to me too and said, it's finna be a flood. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, now. That's why I say we finna be here for a long time. Cause it finna be well worth it. This finna expose our belief. Check this out. At once upon a time, I'm like, damn, man, I wanna know if they really making all this Jesus shit up. And coming to find out, cause at that time when I was investigating, you know what I'm saying, I'm like, well, damn, it's so much stuff going around Jesus. Why is they saying he the son of God and everybody got admit to it? That's the cold part about it, that you got religion all over the world that, you know what I'm saying, that admitted to it. So that means people actually witnessed the crucifixion and spreaded the word. And once they spreaded the word of what Jesus was actually doing, that's why the whites, look, the Europeans, right? Italy, when you think about the European, think about the white man. Italy, think about the mob. You know, Russia, think about why Hitler wanted to kill the Jews. Because at this point, you will see why he wanted to kill the Jews. He wasn't talking about black people. He wasn't talking about black Jewish, right? He wasn't even talking about black people. So look, if you see Europe, all of this shit, and they say, hey, right here, that's why they already had the crosses. Remember the Knights Templar? Look, Georgia, it's the country of the Caucasus regions, right? Coast of the Black Sea, located where Eastern Europe. Why you think they already got a flag symbolize the cross? Because Jesus was already crucified on the cross, right? And shed the blood. Guess why they preach the blood to us so heavily? Y'all know when you go to church, they're gonna make sure, yeah, you know what I'm saying, easy. Look, we even with the church, and this is a ceremony that we gotta drink the wine, and this symbol of the blood of Jesus, right? So when you look at this image right now, look at this image. They already crucified Jesus and know what was in the bloodline because you could trace it back to Africa. That's why they don't want to show you a real depiction of what Jesus really looked like. But since they put an image in their likeness, I'm finna expose the goddamn the Delphi murders. When it come to Odin, the god, check this out. If you really want to know on the pyramid, when it come to Freemasonry and they got the all-seeing eye, I could show you what God. I can show you a God with a missing eye. Boy, them white people finna make me look. And you know that's dealing with Freemasonry, right? You know they're dealing with Freemasonry, right? Check this out. As I'm speaking, Google this. Odin, the one-eyed God. Whoa! That's why you finna see, look, cause when Jesus fled to the pyramid, the pyramid was already built, right? So that's why when you was raised up, think about this. That's why when we were raised up in school, they try to make it look like that, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Communion every Sunday. Think about it like this here. When they do those ceremonies in church, like, yeah, sip the wine. The wine is the DNA because it symbolizes the blood of Jesus, right? And they said, yeah, when you sip the wine, you know what I'm saying, because of, you know what I'm saying, Jesus died for your sin and all this. But in reality, they know the true bloodline of Jesus. That's why you got a ceremony. And guess who taught us that ceremony? The Romans, the Greeks, the Latin. That's why the Bible was already written in Greek and the Latin. They'll never show you the Hebrew text. Have you noticed they'll show you the Bible, but when they say, yeah, we copied it from this translation, and when they copy from translation, it go back to the Stone Age. Whoa! Where you think Moses got the tablet on? Watch this. Check this out. Flintstones. When Moses got the tablet, what do you think Moses had a tablet so they ain't have paper then? Watch this. Look at this shit. Caucasus Mountains. Caucasus Mountain dealing with stones and rocks. That's why you got the Stone Age. So this is what it'll look like when Noah boat. Oh, you got a red hair? Think about this. On the Titanic, ain't this something similar to Noah's Ark that, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily, but if you look at the Carol Rose on that junk, she had red hair. Look how they depict their own kind in the cartoon image. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Check this out. Africa got rubber. So if it was rubber, that means you had ties. The wheel was invented. So that means that's how they knew how to, since they didn't have access to rubber, since they fled, so they had to make their wheels out of stones. Out of stone. So you look at this. Hold on, say Trey, we want to meet you, Uncle Fed. You and Too Sure y'all learn about the Canadian genes. Yeah, that's cool. You know, we can do all that old type shit. Hell yeah. So check this out, right? That's why you had dinosaurs. Ooh. So guess what the white man did? Let's say this was way before Jesus, and this how people were living before Jesus. In the Stone Age, we had dinosaurs, recordteers, and all of this old shit. But one thing they admitted, they were cavemen, and look how they were living in the cave. Guess what Lot fled to the cave with his daughters, and had sex with them, and born sons, right? Right? So watch this. Look. Stone tablets. Boom! That's how they were delivering mail. Stone tablets. Daily Rock, Bedrock, Daily Mail. Where they were getting the mail from? On stone tablet like Moses. He a redhead. Have you noticed that? But if you look at Fred, look how big Fred's nose is. Shit. Look what he wearing. If you was in the Stone Age and you already had a tie on, boy, that's where that Freemasonry finna come in there. So now I know what to look for. Man, you mean tell me a caveman wearing ties? So if you look at it like Jesus was already killed, and you had the white man had to flee on the boat and land on Caucasus Mountain. Whoa! Whoa! and you brought animals with you that you came, you know what I'm saying? Whoa! That's the whole purpose of Noah Ark. So look how big his nose is, but check out the haircut. But keep this in mind, the man got a tie on. Guess where the tie was y'all want to know what's the symbolizing of the tie? I never looked at the tie the way I looked at the tie. If you were Freemasonry, the tie gonna stand for two reasons. You can wear this tie with your suit and present yourself as a businessman. But the moment you come corrupt, this same tie is gonna be used as a noose. This the same tie they were hanging black people with from the tree, right? It's a noose. But see, his tied down. You see what I'm saying? That's why you got the pyramid in the tie. His tied down because he 10 toes down. But the minute you fuck up, that tie gonna hang from a tree and it become a noose. So you can wear a noose two different ways. Shit! Is that making sense, man? Is that making sense, y'all? Check this out. Once you go back to the Stone Age, look, let's go to the Stone Age. Watch this. This finna show you that Trey Gang really did some goddamn research on this shit. Hold up. Hold up. I'm finna find it, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's go to the Stone Age right quick. I told y'all I got it pulled up. I've been looking into this shit. I told you I got it pulled up. Y'all seen me doing this shit live, right? Watch this. Now look. Guess what they said? This was 4,000 years ago. Before Christ. Look, they had stone tools with edges and points. Look, this is Stone Age. When you go back to the Stone Age, look what time it is. This would fit. If you look at this, this was after Christ, and it ain't no 4,000 years ago. It ain't. That's why they had to say, yeah, this was 3.4 million years ago. Really? No. They lied about a timestamp. Cause guess where the Stone Age was rigid. If you keep reading, check this out. If you keep reading, check this out. Guess what they said? And when you think about the Noah Ark, when Noah Ark landed, that's why they said, yeah, you know what I'm saying? When they come from the Stone Age, like Flintstone, it's 99% of human history. Whoa! Human history? So you mean to tell me you done exit out Adam and Eve, and the white man didn't want to tell everybody like, yeah, we got ran out that motherfucker Africa and shit. We was on the boat and the boat crashed on Caucasus Mountain. Even though the flood still exists. Cause you go to Africa and look at all the empires over there, you can tell they been up on the water. They got sand deserts and shit. That shit was up on the water, right? That shit was up on the water. But not the whole world. So when they try to say, yeah, God was mad at guess who God will be really mad at and spur who? Moses? Whoa! So that had me thinking that God told Moses flee because the people ain't, they the most wickedest people in the world. That's what the white man would say if he in Africa and see how we over there fucking up shit, warriors, you know what I'm talking about? Man, we gotta get out of here. Them folks enslaving our white girls. We gotta get, and they on boat, and Africa already had boats, cause we was already civilized. That's why they try to tell and teach you, like, yeah, the white man had to admit, we taught the white man about fire, cooking food, instead of eating raw meat. Shit. Shit. Check this out. They were using gold, copper. They was already smiting iron. That's where you get the blacksmith from, right? Check this out. They trying to say, look, this was 3,000 years before BC, but guess what? This still in the first millennium. I mean, the first century. It's still the first century, cause once you do the timestamp, you're gonna be like, oh, they started off from the first century. This the first century. So they had to scratch their throat, like, well, this was like 3,000 years ago, try to make the world old as hell. Old as hell. So in the Bible, that's why they had to say, yeah, they were living for 900 years old. Ain't no human never lived for 900 years old, 700 years old. We know what a 70 man look like. So that means if you say they died 900 years, that means they died in their 90s. Just like when you go with your money, if you know, like when you go across seas in the foreign land and you got your money, you know what a dollar worth. A dollar might worth $100 and they bill. So when you look at the age, be like, well, damn. You see what I'm saying? If I'm 20 years old, that means I'm 200 years old. If I'm 30 years old, I'm 300 years old. If I'm 70 years old, I'm 70 years old. If I'm 77, that means I'm 777. Right? That's why they had to scratch the timestamp on man just to fit the Stone Age. Because once you read the Bible in Genesis, they're going to start out with the Garden of Eden. They're finna show you the white man was in the Garden of Eden with Africa. They weren't the only race in there. When you get the devil and tempted Eve, man, them black folks like, man, you gotta get up out of here. And ran them suckers out. Shit. And that's why Cain said, hey man, God, please God, if you cast me out this junk, they gonna kill me. That's how they already knew anything about God. That's how when you get the Adam and Eve story, that's how they already knew about God, because it started out with Eve. Hey, if you bite this fruit, you will be, your eyes will see. Watch this shit. If you go to the Bronze Age, look at the Bronze Age. If you read all of this, the tools, even the bone tools. All right.
Georgia, Iran, Iraq,
ISR, Jordan,
Kuwait, Leb, Asia,
Oman,
Pal, Qatar,
Saudi Arabia, Syria,
Turkey, UAE,
Yemen, Aegean Sea, Arabian Sea, Aral Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Gulf of Aden, Gulf of Oman, Mediterranean Sea, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, Sea of Azov, Africa, Asia, Europe, countries.
So when you look at the family tree, now you see why the United States protecting Israel and funding Israel to go against the war with who? Watch this. Yemen. Go back to the news right now. And this is where Queen Sheba come from. And this where Ethiopia is going to be at. Look how far this shit from. Not far at all. You could damn near swim that motherfucker. So, if Ethiopia is right up in here, now you see why I had to show you this image. You know, matter of fact, Trey Gang, put it like this here. Go to the tribe of Dan. If you go back to the tribe of Dan, right? Check this out. If I tell you Jesus already died, if Jesus already died, right? When the 12 tribes of Israel, because they want you to believe the 12 tribes of Israel were before Jesus. Look at it like this here. It was after Jesus. That's who would tempt Eve with the snake. That's why he got the snake. And check this out. This the same shit that you would see on the Amalams. They can put it like this here. They can infect you with some and have the cure for it. If they infected you, right, just say like the symbolize, just say look at this like crack or a pagan or a disease. It's all gonna symbolize in the snake, cause that's where they invent needles from because of the snake teeth. See, that's how you got the needle. Cause if you look at a needle, look at a snake teeth. So a snake can bite you, penetrate you. A snake can bite you, you won't even feel it. Like some people, you know what I'm saying, take shot. They want a real expert that could give a shot. You won't even feel that needle at all. But the motherfucker just ain't got that much experience. You'll be like bracing for it and you can feel that pain. You see what I'm saying? This the same thing that Moses. You remember the Moses story? Who you think he was talking to when they were talking about snakes in the palace? And you had the Pharaoh was like, yeah, I'm going to cast these snakes and bite everybody in poison. And Moses said, well, my snake better than your snake. Do that make sense now? But keep this in mind of the Adam and Eve story. Because the Adam and Eve was not the first creation of the world. It was all about somebody fled from Africa. And look at the image. Who would be fleeing from Africa? And who would be in the 12 tribes of Israel? Dating back to the book of Genesis. Now, ain't it strange that the world will teach you English version of the book, but they'll never give you the Hebrew book? That's the difference. Because if you want to read the Holy Bible and they say they copy these scriptures from the Hebrew Bible, don't you think you want to hear the Hebrew version? It's the reason why they keep those in the library. So check this out. This would be after when goddamn it Cain, when Adam and Eve, and when they were talking to the snake, it wasn't actually a snake. It was a tribe. Snakes don't talk. A tribe do. Shit. And guess who the first person they corrupt? Africa. Don't this sound African? Don't this sound like why Cain would be making the altar to God and he rejected Cain because of his offering, but Abel was killed off the wham. And Abel supposed to be the one God first creation, right? Right? And Cain killed him. Ooh, wait. Guess who they were worshiping? So look, if you look at the Old Testament, look at the Old Testament like this here. Jesus was already crucified. They tampered in with the timestamp and said this happened before Christ, but it actually happened after his death. And you got to see the cover up. That's why you got him wrestling with a lion. He wasn't actually wrestling with a real lion. Maybe he was the Lion of Judah. That's what made art look so good. You see what I'm saying? Y'all catching my drift on this shit? Let me know. Share this video. And let's get all the Christians in here, even the pastor. Cause I'm targeting the pastor that said that, yeah, I got a calling for God and I read the Bible for 30 years. If you a good pastor, you finna look, if you a pastor and you been studying that Bible, the minute that you heard this word, you ain't even finna question it. The first thing you finna do is go where the first thing you finna do, the shit that you been preaching for all the year is finna make sense. But the ones that try to defend it, they know the truth. That's the difference. That's the difference. Hold on. So guess who? He would be right with the Lion of Judah, right? In the Lion of Judah. So they had us thinking that these people were actually wrestling with an animal. No. What man they're gonna wrestle with a lion if he ain't gonna die? Why you think in the book of Daniel was cast in the lion den? That means that was like a boxing match, wasn't it? You see what I'm saying? If Trey ain't coming that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? I'm a Leo, right? And I come in that motherfucker, yeah, bitch, I'm the motherfucking lion. And y'all in the stadium? That's just like what we see today. Shit. So that's why they had the picture. Look who painted the picture and showing you in control a redhead white man. Belong to the Canaanites. Cain killed Abel, and look how he's still killing. All right. Check this out. Now since I got y'all attention, this supposed to be Samson. Oh shit, Samson? You can read this shit in the book of Judges, right? That's why we got the Bible. Check this out. Make it so bad they showing y'all Samson knocking over the tower. This was all after Jesus' death, not before death. This is to show you war. When goddamn it Jesus claimed that throne, bruh, all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose, bruh. All hell broke loose. This was after Jesus. That's why you got the book of Joshua, the book of Job, the Moses. That's why you got King David. Cause the real secret is Jesus was already crucified and they killed him and they need to cover up the murder. That's why they all were like, well, you know, Jesus came from God, but they ain't gonna give you the real true bloodline of where he really came from because it originated in Africa, but the white man admitted that though. You see what I'm saying? That's why after Jesus' death, when you heard Moses' story, they always said it's gonna be a Messiah coming. All because Jesus said that in the beginning. That's why they was like, yeah, you know, we got a baby. So that's why you had Mary had the stage, an old ass lady that can't bear a child. All of a sudden, now you got a baby Jesus. Whoa! Now you got King David saying, yeah, you know, Jesus gonna come through my lineage, my bloodline. So now you see what the stage is finna be. And once you see why the staging need to be, that's why Queen Sheba had to go holler at King Solomon about this shit. Now you see why Queen Sheba had to come and holler at King Solomon if Jesus was already dead and they seeing what they finna create of Christianity. Look at this shit.
Country with flag.
Area KM2. Population 1617, 2021. Density per KM2. Capital. Nominal GDP 18, 2012. Per capita 19, 2012. Currency. Government. Official languages. Anatolia. Turkey no one. 783,562. 84,775,404. 94.1. Ankara. $788.042 billion. $10,523. Turkish lira. Presidential Republic. Turkish. Arabian Peninsula. Bahrain. 780. 1,463,265. 1,646.1. Western Asia was in use as a geographical term in the early 19th century before Near East became current as a geopolitical concept. 20. In the context of the history of classical antiquity, Western Asia could mean the part of Asia known in classical antiquity, as opposed to the reaches of interior Asia, i.e. Scythia, and Eastern Asia. The easternmost reaches of geographical knowledge in classical authors, i.e. Transoxania and India. 21, 22, 23. In the 20th century, Western Asia was used to denote a rough geographical era in the fields of archaeology and ancient history, especially as a shorthand for the Fertile Crescent, excluding ancient Egypt, for the purposes of comparing the early civilizations of Egypt and the former. 24. Use of the term in the context of contemporary geopolitics or world economy appears to date from at least the mid-1960s. 25. Geography. See also Geography of Asia. The region is surrounded by 8 major seas: the Aegean Sea, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Aden, the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea. To the northwest and north, the region is delimited from Europe by the Turkish Straits and drainage divide of the Greater Caucasus. To the southwest, it is delimited from Africa by the Isthmus of Suez, while to the northeast and east, the region adjoins Central Asia and South Asia. The region is located east of Southern Europe and south of Eastern Europe. The Dashti Kavur and Dashti Lut deserts in eastern Iran naturally delimit the region from Balochistan and South Asia. Geology. Plate tectonics. 3 major tectonic plates converge on West Asia, including the African, Eurasian, and Arabian plates. The boundaries between the tectonic plates make up the Azores-Gibraltar Ridge, extending across North Africa, the Red Sea, and into Iran. 26. Better source needed. The Arabian Plate is moving northward into the Anatolian Plate, Turkey, at the East Anatolian Fault. 27. And the boundary between the Aegean and Anatolian Plate in eastern Turkey is also seismically active. 26. Water resources. Several major aquifers provide water to large portions of West Asia. In Saudi Arabia.
Oh, so check this out. Do this sound familiar? Who had the water source at that time for the flood that happened? And who had water source at that time? This is already Jesus died. Right? So that means after when Jesus died, what's the next story after creation? They was building in Babylon. Tower of Babylon. They worshiping the devil. They going against God. And this thing you know, Moses bit righteous, and this thing you know, a flood. Who had water sources at that time? And Wikipedia telling you. Look who had the water source, and the white people had to flee to Congress Mountain. Do this sound familiar?
Arabia, two large aquifers of Paleozoic and Triassic origins are located beneath the Jabal Tuwaiq Mountains and areas west to the Red Sea. 28. Better source needed, Cretaceous and Eocene origin aquifers are located beneath large portions of central and eastern Saudi Arabia, including Wajah and Bayad, which contain amounts of both fresh water and saline water. 28. Flood or furrow irrigation, as well as sprinkler methods, are extensively used for irrigation, covering nearly 90,000 square kilometers, 35,000 sq mi, across West Asia for agriculture. 29. Also, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers.
Uh-oh. So when they left the Garden of Eden, just say, what if the Garden of Eden is actually in Ethiopia? And when they fled, right, they both crashed in Caucasus Mountain, right? Man, bro. Shit.
Rivers contribute very well. Climate. A Lebanese cedar forest in winter. Köppen climate classification map of West Asia. See also, climate of Asia. West Asia is primarily arid and semi-arid and can be subject to drought, but it also contains vast expanses of forest and fertile valleys. The region consists of grasslands, rangelands, deserts, and mountains. Water shortages are a problem in many parts of West Asia, with rapidly growing populations increasing demands for water, while salinization and pollution threaten water supplies. 30 major rivers, including the Tigris and Euphrates, provide sources for irrigation water to support agriculture. There are two wind phenomena in West Asia, the Sharqi and the Shamal. The Sharqi, or Sharqi, is a wind that comes from the south and southeast. It is seasonal, lasting from April to early June, and comes again between late September and November. The winds are dry and dusty, with occasional gusts up to 80 kilometers per hour, 50 miles per hour, and often kick up violent sand and dust storms that can carry sand a few thousand meters high and can close down airports for short periods of time. These winds can last for a full day at the beginning and end of the season, and for several days during the middle of the season. The Shamal is a summer northwesterly wind blowing over Iraq and the Persian Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, often strong during the day, but decreasing at night. This weather effect occurs anywhere from once to several times a year. 31. Topography. West Asia contains large areas of mountainous terrain. The Anatolian Plateau is sandwiched between the Pontus Mountains and Taurus Mountains in Turkey. Mount Ararat in Turkey rises to 5,137 meters, 16,854 feet. The Zagros Mountains are located in Iran, in areas along its border with Iraq. The central plateau of Iran is divided into two drainage basins. The northern basin is Dashti Kavr, Great Salt Desert, and Dashti Lut is the southern basin. In Yemen, elevations exceed 3,700 meters, 12,100 feet, in many areas, and highland areas extend north along the Red Sea coast and north into Lebanon. A fault zone also exists along the Red Sea, with continental rifting creating trough-like topography with areas located well below sea level. 32. The Dead Sea, located on the border between the West Bank, Israel, and Jordan, is situated at 418 meters, 1,371 feet, below sea level, making it the lowest point on the surface of the Earth. 33. Rub al-Khali, one of the world's largest sand deserts, spans the southern third of the Arabian Peninsula in Saudi Arabia, parts of Oman.
All right, I just want y'all to just listen to this, and I'm trying to make it short as possible. This how I can make it short as possible. To make a long story short, let me see if I do it like I be studying. Man, y'all, you got the Iranian, the Aborites, Persia. Once you think about Persia, think about the movie 300. Then when you think about Turkish, right? Think about, look, especially these people right here. So To make a long story short, let me click on this. What this is? The Iron Ages. Once you find out what the Iron Ages is, this is not before Christ. This is after death. This would be in the year 1200 all the way up to 550 after Christ. If you're looking at the mindset of a liar, the number one thing he got to do, what I learned from the Kanika Jinga case, you got to give us the time stamp, but just change, like, just say this wasn't at 8 a.m. in the morning, this was at p.m. in the morning. You see what I'm saying? So what they did was, the way you got to cover this up, say this was before Christ, because you don't want, the secret is you don't want nobody to know this was actually in the 1200s, and it started, the Ice Age started in 550 after Jesus died. You got the Middle Ages, copper, bronze. Guess what all Noah took with him? Then you finna see, that's when they start making iron. Iron, right? Because guess what iron originated from? Africa. So look. The Iron Age Europeans start from where? At least 500 years later after Jesus died, right? So and that's why you get the Stone Age, and that's why they had to admit, yeah, we were cavemen, because they had to start from the bottom. Look, check it out. Stone tablets. The man got a tie on, but he got a tiger stripe. So that means, like, what you mean? You defeated Judah? Cause that's why you were fighting tigers and lions, right? The redhead people. So it would make sense why they always had a red-haired character. You know what I'm saying? So look what they was living in rocks. Rocks. Everybody know what the plaque gun is. It's in the center of your head, right? That's why the Freemasonry got the one eye on the symbol of the pyramid, right? Because guess what the one eye symbolized for? If you look up Odin the god, once you look at Odin the god, Odin sacrificed his eye for wisdom. That's why you got one eye, and it's the all-seeing eye, because that one eye can see in your plaque glands, and it can control it. It can control it. So make a long story short, your favorite music make you have sex, wanna fuck, and say, yeah, you know, I'm fucking married, bitch, I need a boo thing, nigga, that'll spend some money, you know, cause you control the person's mind, right? So that's how white people control people's mind back then when there wasn't no Hollywood. They wrote books. So check this out. They actually wrote the Bible, God damn it, 40 to 50 years after Jesus died. After Jesus died. So think about when Noah's Ark landed, right? Think about Fred Flintstone. They in Caucasus Mountains. In Caucasus Mountain. Don't they hit different? So they were like, look, we need to trick the people, like, look, this was before Jesus. We don't know what the fuck going on, and we just innocent. We was already the season is now. You know what I'm saying? This way before Jesus time, so that's where they come with the lost tribes. Cause the lost tribe is really behind the camera. You just don't see them on the camera unless they actors from their own likeness and predicting this shit. See what I'm saying? So look, now you see that the tie was always a symbol. Check this out. Look, y'all, this come to businessmen. Don't businessmen disguise they... If you meet an insurance man got a tie on. Presidents got tie on. Anybody that work in the office wear ties. Anybody that's dealing with higher authority, they wear ties. Lawyer wear ties. You know what I'm saying? And all this. Look at the people that wear ties. Cause this tie symbolize that whatever business or salesman or whatever business you conducting, if you successful, you can wear this tie this way. If you successful in your scams or your lie and get away with it, you can be successful and wear it this way. But the minute that you get exposed, and it gonna lead back to what this tie symbolize, that's why Freemasonry say, hey, we'll cut your tongue out if you talk, or we'll choke you, strangulate you. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't make no sense. What a man look. They just like, Trey Gang, what you got on? Oh man, I got on a cheetah, a goddamn cheetah jacket. Oh yeah, what that's cheetah? Yeah, nigga, this come from a real cheetah, nigga. You see the prints? What? Why you got a tie on though? Oh, this is a fashion statement. Oh, it's a fashion. Oh, okay. Next thing you know, people gonna be like, man, that's some cool shit. You know what I'm talking about? And then when you look at Young Thug and them, you know, see them wearing them strange ass outfits, you be like, damn, fuck they wearing that shit. Niggas don't wear shit like that in the hood unless they got hip to something. And although fashion statement really is a cover up, it's a symbol. You see what I'm saying? Check this out. Let's go to this. This how much shit I got pulled up. We went to the Stone Age. Let's go to the Africans. Right? The origins of modern humans. You see this? You see this high zone and look at the route. I'm finna watch this. Check this out, right? If I told y'all that, look, when you think about Noah's Ark, look where the conflict will be coming to Adam and Eve, because they had gardens, right? They had gardens. So you mean to tell me if you got a garden, that means you're going to be in a jungle or the woods. All of this is up on the water. You know what I'm saying? At once upon a time, because it's deserts, right? Even California got deserts. So if you look at Noah flood, look at everything that got sand in it, that got history, that been up on the water. That's where you get the Grand Canyons and all of this old stuff, right? So if you look at it, if you look at all the deserts right now and say, damn, that's why it's desert, because it was a flood at the time, and we only see sand at desert where water's at. And if it's just if it's a desert, that means it was water at once upon a time. They flooded. So that means when you think of Noah's Ark, watch how Trey Gang mapped it out. Boom. Remember Queen Sheba? She in this area. Remember the Iranian. Remember they said, forget about the Middle East. So think about this here. Way after when they crucified Jesus, this what happened. After when they crucified Jesus, once you go back to Noah, they ain't gonna give you the timestamp when Noah you were born. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna give you a timestamp on that, because you're gonna be like, okay, when the flood happened, because if you get everybody the timestamp when the flood happened, people could go back to the timestamp and relive time like a time machine, right? So that's where the white people get time machine. When you think of time machine, when they be like, yeah, Hermes was born, you live in the afterlife, and I could trace you back. Y'all remember how they people say, yeah, you know, when it come to time traveling and stuff, you was here before, and I can go back to you in this time frame. This how you were living back in those days, right? Shit, now I know what they mean by time traveling. It's not about tracing you, it's about tracing your history. So just say the Garden of Eden is right up in her, because this is where all the fruits, vegetables, and all of this. Then you got Yemen. Now check this out. This is where opioids come from, all the drugs. This is where we get all our medicine from. You know what I'm saying? But we got fruits and all this. Also, we got poison, because poison is medicine. It depends on how you want to manipulate that poison, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like a snake bite. That's why Moses had the snake and battling with the tribe of Dan, and they were battling with the snakes. The snakes bit the people in the town, and these people was dying rapidly through a snake bite. But Moses said, hey, I got a same snake, and my snake gonna eat your snake and eat that snake. So that means Moses said, whoever look at this snake that poison you and have faith that I can cure you, you will be cured. And guess what they did? They started believe. Because guess what Moses did, right? You don't think it was medicine? They like, you got the flu, I got the venom. Shit. Oh, I'm glad that you look. I'm glad, goddamn, that you said the blue tie, cause the blue tie symbol for the Blue Lodge. God damn, man, you listening? Whoa! I just read your comment. Look, everybody know when it comes to Freemasonry, bruh, blue is a big color. That's why he got the blue tie, cause it symbolized. Y'all know when you see those Freemason signs, you see that blue wrapped around the G. It represents the Blue Lodge. Check this out. If you got a tie on and if it's still blue, you ain't got up to the degrees yet. Uh-oh. You ain't got up the degrees yet. Cause once you get your degrees, man, you gonna have crowns and jewel pieces around your neck, rings and everything. So check this out. That's why it's finna go back to Ethiopia. Cause guess what? Once you see him with an afro, that's why they always depicted Jesus with a sun behind his head. Cause guess what everybody was worshiping? Guess what everybody was worshiping before Jesus, before Christianity? The sun. They were sun worshipers. Moon worshipers, right? Sun worshipers, and you can trace this shit back to Africa. This is European descendant that said they can trace back their family tree back to Jesus. If Helica South can trace his image back to Jesus, and you look at that nose, and you look at that image, and you look at their hair, right? And you look at the crowns and all of this, and he said he was a descendant of Jesus. Now you know where Queen Sheba will come from and talk to Israel, Solomon. Whoa! That explains why you get the Black Madonna. Hold on, Trey. What you say? Remember Mary, Virgin Mary, with a white Jesus, with red hair. But if you get the Madonna version of a black queen, and she go see Solomon, and Solomon, cause she already know it's finna be a baby. Oh man, bro. Hold up. And she from Yam. Check this out. Queen Sheba from Yemen, right? That's in like South, you know what I'm saying? It's right there by Ethiopia. It's right there by Ethiopia. So boom. They knew who Jesus was. That's why she had to go to Israel. Right? Check this out. She had to go to Israel. If you go back to Solomon Dynasty, right? That's why they already had crosses. Because Jesus already died on the cross. Right? So check this out. Do you see this hairstyle right here? Ethiopia? Look at the hairstyle. Look at the crown. I'm finna open y'all mind up. You see the star? You see the cross? Then look. Now you see why they got it? The lion. Right? The lion. Guess what the white man predicted who was defeating the Lion of Judah, right? Hold on. Man, this shit finna make so much sense. And look what this rank. This was after Jesus' death in the year 2070. Right? Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Matter of fact, look at Nipsey Hussle. Don't he look like the emperor? If he look like Harrison South, right? You could just imagine what Queen Sheba looked like and had to go talk to King Dave about this child, this Jesus that's finna be prophesied about. But the whole time Jesus was already dead. So that means when she met up with Jesus, with King David, like, man, look, what the fuck going on? It's about some king shit. Some king shit. So look at it. Jesus had Ethiopian bloodline in them, and they knew they was finna come out with a religion called the Christianity. Christians. So when they came with the Christian, that's why Ethiopia got involved. And that's why they had to go to King Solomon. But guess since the white man, King James, right, was like, well, shit, no, we can't let that happen. We don't need you blacks. We don't need you blacks. This is where racism came in there. Slavery is different. Racism is another thing. They hate you. Slavery is a business. Racism is a personal thing. Now you finna see why white people hate you so much. Since they hate you so much, this the cover up. They was like, damn, Man, to keep these niggas quiet, let's make them entertainment and give them money so they can rap about shit. Anything else, you know what I'm saying? So they won't know why Queen Sheba talked to Solomon. And they want y'all to believe that Queen Sheba felt for Solomon and had a baby by her, and she took that seed back. Whoa! Whoa! Look! When I told y'all about Noah's Ark, watch how you finna see the white man history. Guess what Noah's Ark? Guess where it landed at? The timestamp I gave, watch this. Noah's Ark landed in the 5th century. Now hold on. Look, ancient Persia. Look where ancient Persia come from, right? Everybody know what Persia in Iran, right? Check this out. When you think about the 5th century, this 500. If this is 5th century, check this out. Watch this, y'all. If you look up the 5th century, look what was going on in the 5th century. Let me calculate that time right quick. Hold up. I need to go to the history of the Jews. Not deal some 17 history. Nah, I know. Okay, yeah. Nah, that's the other John. I need to go to her. Now check this out. When I told y'all look at the braids, look at this image. Then I showed y'all look at the braids and the hairstyle. Can you agree these will be braids? Long hair, straight hair, white woman hair don't fluff out. This, what? You see what this is Egypt. Look at him. You know he ain't no white man. They even put eyeliner around his eyes. Cause guess what the eyeliner symbolize in, right? You see, just look at this. Just look at the mustache. Boom. I'ma trim that joint like this here, you know what I'm saying? And I just want me a low haircut all over. Like it, when you think about a low haircut, think about the 80s. Low haircut, you know what I'm talking about? Right? See that? Look at the nose, the ears, and the eyes. And you know what's a dead giveaway? Black people care about their hairline. When you get chopped, hey man, we want this shit straight across. I want my edges sharp, you know what I'm talking about? White man don't have a straight hairline. Don't that make sense? Don't that make sense? Now these days, if we get chopped, yeah, look, cut me low, boom, line me up, and tape off my sides. I want me a little blend on this joint, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, trim my shit right here, boom, boom, boom. Trim my shit, knock my goatee down. Cause you can look there like, damn, boom. He don't grow a beard, he grow a goatee. A goatee. That's why they call it a goatee. A goatee, right? Check this out. Once you trace their history, look, you see how they got to say, hey, this was around 613, not 2000 before Jesus. This was 613 years after Jesus died. Not 2000, 613. Guess who? Whoa! Shit! Keep this in mind, when they gave us history, they need you to believe this was before Jesus. If you believe this was before Jesus, ain't you gonna be in mystery and be like, look, we see stones, and we see carvings and statues. This, and they're gonna make it look like, yeah, that's when human was just getting started creating. They weren't even civilized yet. They weren't even living in palaces. Y'all think, if you look at the wardrobe, do they dress like this here in the woods? In the jungle? Last time I checked, I don't see no tree branches and fig leaves on these people. Look what they were. This a light skinned lady, and nowadays turned, it would be little red. What's her red? Hey boo, red, you know what I'm saying? Light skinned chick. If you light skinned, don't this look like you? Look at your nose. Look at your lips. Ain't they got full lips? These is braids, right? Straight hair. If you look at the image, you can see the ridges in it. Cause you know what I'm saying? If you could grow braids, you see the ridges, them braids, right? Them braids, right? All right. That's why they was like, look, just say this before Jesus. But if you look at this, cancel the 2 out. Cause that's a part of the cover up. If you look at the 613, won't it match up with this timestamp? 600 in the year 613. Watch this. Let me find it right quick. Now I need to go here. The Iron Ages, right? Now I need to go to the Stone Age. Check this out. Ooh wee. So that means Africa was already civilized, and them goddamn white people was still cavemans and went to the Congress Mountain. That's why it landed in Congress Mountain, because goddamn it, they got caught by the IRS too. That's where you get Flintstones. Flintstones. Y'all know how, like, look, y'all do this shit match up? Is I'm matching this shit up with the Iron Ages. And I match it up with the Stone Ages. That's why they had to say, you know, the Stone Ages were way before Christ. And then now you see why they had to say that. Now you see why they had to say that, bro. You see what I'm saying? Look, the timestamp match up. This after Jesus died, not before he died. So watch this. if this after 500 and Noah, you had a Noah flood, they land on Conquer Mountain, and that's where you finna get metal, copper, bronze. Oh, that's all type of shit that civilized the United States with that. Metal, copper, bronze. Man, don't you do the United States need metal, copper, bronze? So when Noah was on that boat, what all else he had with him? Instead of armor, did he have metal, copper, and bronze? Man, this shit blowing my fucking mind over here as I speak. That's why Fred got a blue tie on. That means when they were building the Tower of Babylon, guess who built it? Ooh. And that was before Moses, goddammit, you know what I'm saying, was in Egypt. Talking about building the pyramid. Cause the Tower of Babylon is in Iran. In Iran? And you mean to tell me that if it was built in Iran, then it would make totally goddamn sense. Pyramids would be built after the towers. That shit hit different now. That shit hit different. So when you read the Bible again, this shit finna hit no different. Like, oh, okay, damn. So shit, when Noah flood, boom, boom, boom. Before Noah flood, it was the Tower of Babylon. That go back to Iranian. Once you take the Iranian, and now you see where God of Eden was. Cause God of Eden was in Ethiopia, and when the snake came involved, the Travadan, boom, 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 must have drugged her. Must have drugged her and had sexual intercourse and planted his seed. And that's where you get Cain from. So when they were talking about the snake, guess who was already her? Guess who was already her? Multiple races. So that means if you really want to look at history, start from the white man history, go to Noah's Ark. Won't that make sense when you look at Noah's Ark? That's the white man history. And want you to believe they populated. That's why God looked like all the prophets in the Bible. See what I'm saying? Look. Our ages. It's gonna go back to Ethiopia. So when you look at this image, you don't think now that damn Ethiopia had these white people in slavery. They done built the pyramids because we made them build the pyramids. That's why we made that. Them the only people that die working in the sun. They'll get suntan, you know, they can't take it. But an African, they'll build the shit. Just say, think about it like this here. You think the labor gonna be hard if a Mexican build a pyramid? Shit, a Mexican build a pyramid, goddamn, in 30 minutes. Man, this shit finna get funny now. Man, a Mexican will build a pyramid, goddamn, in 30 fucking minutes, bro. You see what I'm saying? A white man, he'll have, yeah, you know, this project gonna have to be, yeah, we got to, this gonna be like a 3-month project. Man, you see what I'm saying? Even a black man was like, yeah, man, hey, man, you know, somebody, man, they could, a bill, you know what I'm saying, me a little fence or something. A black man come and build a fence like a Mexican. He'll come and build a fence. Guess what they need? They need tools. The white man need machinery because they can't last in the sun. Oh, man. That's why the white man need machinery and the black man can use tools. Iran need tools. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know, because that's why made us physically strong. That's why the Africans so fucking strong. Because, yeah, man, shit, we slanging axe. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, we been having iron and shit, metals, and you know what I'm talking about? And lifting weights and all this, and we can actually work. They call us lazy, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's why we was always naturally built, because we build shit from nail to nail, wood to wood. White man need machines, cause man, if you put a white man in the goddamn field, goddamn it, guess how them motherfucker finna be? Man, I can't breathe. Oh shit, goddamn. And I ain't trying to sound no racist. I ain't trying to sound like a racist, I might have white people wiser, but I'm trying to prove a point that that's why they trying to replace us with machinery. Cause the shit that they wanna do, you can't use our labor no more. You can't use the Hispanic labor no more. Now you need the machines. You see what I'm saying? Man, them folks get sunburned. Look, even when they work in the field, even they ain't got no pigmentation, but when they get that tan, think about it. You will have a woman. You got certain white people like, yeah, I want that tan, get that bronze color. They still want that bronze color. They still brutal. All white people is not racist. That's what I think I learned. So when I say about, you know what I'm saying, what I just said, don't look at it as a racist thing. It's a history thing. That's why black men love white women. Cause check this out. A white woman always loved a black man because he was physical in the field. A white woman, it turned the white woman on just to see a man out there, goddamn it, in that field, hot, sweaty, sun beaming up off his ass. Slanging that motherfucking goddamn, you know what I'm saying? The motherfucking axe. Boom! Because you know, back then, when you chop trees down or do any kind of gardening or, you know what I'm saying, shit like that shit took physical work. And you see progress like, damn, man, look at that nigga chest. Man, them white women got like, oh my fucking God. And then they got fig leaves on. Man, if I was back in those days, you couldn't put no maple leaf around my wood. It's gonna be too revealing. When I slang that motherfucking axe to a tree, you finna sing the ding dong. Man, the whole goddamn, man, they finna go wild. You know what I'm talking about? This is like seeing your favorite model or your favorite actor that you got. This just seems like your favorite crush chopping down a motherfucking tree with just a patch of maple leaf hanging around the meat, and you see them, man, you gonna be like, oh my God. White man can't do that though, cause they getting sunburned, that sun beaming their ass up, and they like, oh my God, I can't work in this shit, you know what I'm saying? That's why God say, you bitch, you know. This shit making so much sense, bro. This shit making so much sense. Cause the white man can't work in the sun without shelter and shit. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just being honest. So look, who you think built the pyramid? Once you know who built the pyramid, that's why they had to make their label so fucking goddamn it. Look. Man, what the fuck? Y'all can't goddamn it, you lazy goddamn bastard. You know what I'm talking about? I gotta whip you bitches. They whipping these motherfuckers. Whip, whip, whip. They complain. Them the only one that complain talking about the label was too hard. But when it comes to the white man history about black slavery, we submitted like we ain't had no question. Like we sing songs and everything. Yeah, you know, kumbaya. We turn the other cheek. Yeah. You can hear me in my left jaw. I'ma turn my right cheek. Hit it too. Cause I don't give a fuck if you hit me. Cause I turn my other cheek. You know what I'm talking about? They got us singing hymns and shit, bro. So check this out. I ain't trying to be funny though, but god damn it though. Man, them white folk took it and somebody set it up, be like, look, since we over here by Egypt and this a Nile River right here, we could dig into this river close to the Mediterranean Sea and flood this bitch out. And that's why Noah was like, build a boat right now. Build a boat and get some of these goddamn goats and get some of these giraffes and we out of here, you know what I'm talking about? So they dig a trench like a dam or something. So when they dig that shit, they would have somebody one washing over the creek, and next thing you know, them folks done flooded out the whole and say, yeah, we wiped them out. And then when they thinking they wiped them out and shit, and they were like, hold up, damn. Shit, still people here, you know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, they still in slavery. Man, this shit crazy as fuck, bruh. Man, this shit so crazy, bruh. Look, if you trace this family tree, watch this. It go back to Ethiopia. Once it go back to Ethiopia, what you think what Jesus was look like? Now you see they got afros. That's why they had to be like, look, when you depict Jesus' image, check this out, y'all. Especially you see what he look like. Focus on that image, right? I'm finna show you a real Photoshop. Check this out. Hold on. Let's go to... Hold on. He look like Nipsey Hussle, don't he? Ain't that Nipsey Hussle? What up? Where I was at? Right here. This how I'm finna trace this shit back to Ethiopia, bro. This how I'm finna trace this shit back to Ethiopia, bro. Don't they look alike? Look. Look who we look like. Look at him. You want to know why they fear black men? Be like, man, don't grow no beard. Cut your beard out. Don't you know it's intimidating for a white officer to see a black man when he have a beard or dreads or braids, and they fear you like, yeah, he got braids, he a thug. You want to know why they want to say you a thug because you got braids and all this? It's not about a racial dispute. They just know your history. The reason why they hate you, cause this how nigga was looking. This how nigga was looking, whooping white folks, bro. Enslaving them, cause they blue-eyed Satanists. And I'm not trying to sound racist, but this history, and I'm finna pull it up. Now, you might have raised up like in a white family, you know what I'm saying? I know, you know, you weren't living when this shit was going on and you ain't no racist, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause, you know, if you trace back your family history, you know what I'm saying? Your family was racist. You might don't be racist, but your family raised it. And that's why I believe that's why some white people be so nice to black people. 'Cause I met plenty of white ladies, old white ladies. You know what I'm saying? Man, these people would take the shirt off their back, be like, yeah, you need anything, honey? You know what I'm saying? And I'm here for you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, whoa. Racism was taught to hate you because of this. Look what he looked like. Y'all seen Nipsey Hussle when he growed his beard out, right? So think about when it comes to the president now, notice in our life form, president never grow their beard out, and we know they white people. Cause if you know if they grow their beard out, guess who they gonna look like? And you can't argue with this shit. Look. Santa Claus. Santa Claus. Right? Santa Claus. Dealing with children. That's why they had to make a holiday about children. All right, let's do it like this here. If you look at what Santa Claus looked like, that's why I showed you this. Look at they symbol. Don't they look like Santa Claus mixed with Iranian? Mixed with Iranian. Santa Claus and mixed with Iranian. Cain fled to Iranian. And when Cain, he built Nod, the city of Nod, right? Once he built the city of Nod, and all they said, yeah, you know, when I fled, I don't want nobody to kill me. I'm gonna put a mark up on your head. So when he put a mark up on his head, right, and say, hey, yeah, come on, nobody don't touch him. But guess who killed Cain? His own relative. His uncle was set up by his cousin. That's the second murder in the Bible. That's why he pleaded with God, don't send me out of there. But guess who God voiced the whole time telling Cain, like, I'm gonna put a mark up on you. It wasn't never God, not the God in the sky or the heaven or the Most High. That sound like somebody from a Jewish family know that Jesus was already dead and they need to come up with a storyline about a murder cover up. So basically when you read the Bible again, start from Jesus' birth. Start from Jesus' birth. And after Jesus' birth, go to Noah's flood. And now you got the white man history. Whoa! Shit! Think I'm lying? Watch this. This how I'm finna do it right now. You see the timestamp on the urn ages? Look, you see the timestamp? Remember this. 550. That's 550 years after Jesus' death, and it lasted to the 1200. Right? It lasted from 550 to 1200. After Jesus died, right? After Jesus died. Okay. Go to this. Stone Age. Stone Age, where you at? When you go back to the Stone Age, look where descendants they come from. African origins, humans. That's where you finna get the Adam and Eve story from. In the garden. Cause last time I goddamn checked, goddamn it, Afghanistan don't have gardens. So look, boom. Look what timestamp is gonna say. Between 4,000 and 2,000 years. take the 2 off and take the 4 off, we back at the 1st century when Jesus was born between the year of 4 and 6. Right? Don't they go back to Smiting? Yup. The Bronze Ages. You see it. Right? From Western, you see this, right? The Stone Age period was in the 3rd age system. Look at the art, the pottery, right? If you keep scrolling all the way down, why is it sitting here in Ethiopia? Ethiopian. You see it clear as day. Ethiopian. So if I show you, if the news verified that he was Ethiopian and got heritages in the family, shit, that's why you got this. And that's where Queen Sheba come from. I just want y'all to see it. Look. When it comes to African movies, United States movies, rappers, actors, look who they all look like. Look what they all look like. Look. Especially him. Check this out. It go back to Ethiopia. So once you go back to Ethiopia, I said, I can't even believe this shit. Cause if you go back and look at the map, when I said you can walk from Africa all the way to the United States, look at the map now. Shit. And you mean to tell me, once you know the map, that's been debunk Christopher Columbus. Now you're finna see the truth. That's why you never seen slave boats. Think about it. They ain't got not one slave boat in history. Why do you don't see a slave boat? Maybe you don't need slaves to transport them to the all the way to the United States. Cause guess what you can do? You can start out by Africa. Walk your way using animals, wheels, wagons, and all it is. You can walk this way. Not this way, but you can just see the rap right here. But if you in the Garden of Eden, and if you want to spread your seed, you can go this way. Look where you got to go through. Europe, Conquer Mountain, you know what I'm talking about? Then boom, India. That's why Christopher Columbus said the Indian look like India. But look, you go to China, Russia, all this shit to the North Pole where you finna get Santa Claus right? That's why they gave you Santa Claus. They don't want you to be like, yeah, you know, we don't need the people that really be thinking about the route. So when wintertime, everything froze, that means you can walk in the wintertime just across here, and guess where you finna end up at? Alaska. Then you can walk your way all the way down to the United States. And you mean to tell me, Trey Gang, black people was already here? I just showed you proof. Because before Adam and Eve, where you think they was already at? Way before Jesus was born. So when you got the story of Adam and Eve, when Cain said, yeah, Cain knew his sister, and they aborted a child, guess who he aborted the sister to? Man, this shit crazy. So what's this? Go to the timestamp, Trey Gang. All right. If you go back to the Copper Age, Bronze Age, and all this shit, we just want to know the timestamp on this shit, right? Uh-oh. When they went back to if you could go back to the Copper Age, guess what the Copper Age gonna be in the 500s? If you take the 6 off, it go back to the 500s. Like the Iron Age and the Stone Age. After Jesus died. So this was finna answer all your questions when you be like, well, that's how the world already knew that Jesus existed. And he was the way. He was the way. That's why. That's why. So if you take the 6 off of this, guess what it's leading you back up to? A cover up. Dealing with Europeans in the Bronze Age in the 3rd millennium. Guess what the 3rd millennium gonna be? In 300. If that's at 300, and that's when Mary fled to Egypt with Jesus in the year 3 or 4, when he was 2 years old, right? And that's when he fled to Egypt, and it started off from the 1st century of 1. Take this out. Start from 1 to 3, because zeros didn't exist in that time frame, bruh. You see what I'm saying? The number 0 didn't exist then. Only 1 through 9. But you could add 0 and add value to it. Look how many zeros that you could add. If Jesus was born, they said Jesus was born in the 1st century, right? And he had to be born between the year 2 or the year, the year 4 or 6, right? Man, look at 500 years later when Noah's Ark landed at Cargus Mountain. At Cargus Mountain. Once you go to that, right? Hold on. Go to this. Once you go to history of the Jews, Let's go to the timestamp. This was actually in 1700. 1700 years after Jesus. Look at the 1800s. Look how the Jewish took control. Look how the Jews, the European, all them folk, they took control, bro. All them folk, they took control. After Jesus died and knew the truth. Then once you go to her, when you go to April Fool Day, right? Check this out. This is why you got April Fool on April the 1st. Check this out. April Fool Day is called April Fool because it's like a prank or a joke or a hoax. Mass media can be involved with the prank. Keep this in mind. This the media. Not us, but the media. The media. Think about before Facebook, before the internet, before social media, internet, damn near 1,000 years ago, and you already got an April Fool dealing with jokes in the hole, and it's dealing with the media. Guess who the media was at that time? It wasn't no phone. You had the news. That's what they called the messenger. Who would be the messenger in that time frame? Fox News, local news, right? That's the messenger. If you look back at Fox News, ain't that Fox News? Ain't that Fox News? What did it say back in the 1300s? 1300s, this the 13th century. You already were tricked by Fox. Man, that shit crazy, bro. Here go the logo. Why you never see a fox? Why you never see an actual logo of a real fox? Why you got same shit? 13th century. 13th century, right? What they were tricked about? On the 30th day or to the 32nd, you know what I'm saying, from March 1st, which is April Fool. However, it's not clearly what they were referenced to, but you know, on April the 1st, text that non-priest tells also state that the story took place on the day when the sun, the sun is in the signs of Taurus. 20 degrees and one which had been, bruh. All right. When I told y'all I'm finna be here for hours, this is why we got St. Patrick's Day. It was actually after a saint. Guess who St. Patrick's Day is? Look, they don't even tell you when he was born. But they're going to give you the fifth. They say, yeah, he was in the 17th century, right? So when you read up St. Patrick's Day, right, look what St. Patrick's Day is really about. It's a holiday, March 17th, attrition to death to Saint Patrick. This Saint Patrick, and he was in the 15th century, Christian, a bishop, and look who he looked like. God. Don't he look like God? Oh. So, why didn't? Look where his death is going to be 385 years after Jesus died. 300 years after Jesus died. Right? Now you see why they call themselves saints and shit and so holy. So he was living in the 3rd century, going on the 4th century, like they said, right? In the 17th century, the Catholic Church, right? When you think about the 17th century, think about the 14th century when Christopher Columbus discovered America, allegedly. So in the 17th century, you got the Catholic Church, you know what I'm saying, the Eastern Orthodox Church, you know what I'm saying, the Lutheran Church, right? If you read all of this, and I gave you the timestamp, check this out. If this after Jesus' death, right? Check this out what it said. It said that he spent 6 years that was working as a shepherd. And during that time, he found God. And God told Patrick to flee the coast where a ship would be waiting to take him home. Wait a minute, that sounds like some Noah shit, ain't it? When you go back to the Noah flood, look how this shit read now. It's in the same time period. And it's in the same time period. Look. Patrick returned to Ireland. Guess when Noah built the boat at? That's the crazy part about it. Patrick returned to Ireland to convert to pagan. Is a religion of the Celtic people in Europe. All right, white people. Irish Christianity. Say he spent many years, right? Doing what? Converted people to that. He died on March 17, right? That's why we say, yeah, good luck. And we celebrate the holiday that people that knew who killed Jesus, the reason why they killed Jesus, and they come to you, yeah, just believe in the good luck. And then when you believe in St. Patrick's Day, and this whole day is about you pinch somebody, you know what I'm saying? If they ain't got the green on, you pinch them and all this old shit. Right? Right? So once you find out, oh, this why they wear the color green. That's when green finna be symbolized, like how we like money. That's why they start painting the money green. Whoa! So look. Once you get to Valentine's Day, right? Valentine's Day. Saint Valentine. I always want to know, like, yeah, Saint Valentine. I ain't never thought Saint Valentine was a real person, because I always thought of kids. When I thought of kids and shit, I'm like, damn, this Saint Valentine's Day for girlfriend and boyfriend, so they paint these redhead image of these people with high cheekbones that look like Santa Claus. That's probably why Santa Claus was like, ho, ho, ho. You know what I'm talking about? With the reindeers and all this old stuff, and they noses was red. Who knows get red in the wintertime? Alright? Check this out. That's why they already got hearts, wings, and all this in the cloud. And this even in February. Saint Valentine, this who Saint Valentine is. And guess when Saint Valentine was born? In 3rd century. Meaning the year 300. 300 after Jesus died. That's the trick. Whoa! That's the trick. Keep this in mind, right? This the 3rd century. So look when they killed Jesus, bruh. Look at all the holidays that we got in the 1st century. I mean, yeah, that was in the 3rd century, y'all. I mean, hold on, wait a minute. Saint Valentine. Yeah, 3rd century. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be 300 years after Jesus died. You see what I'm saying? That's the 3rd century. So look, Christians, 1400, on February the 14th, it was a feast and a tradition for the little one. I'm gonna show y'all what Valentine really is. Guess what? Here we go right here. Guess what they were celebrating? Valentine of Saint Nick was a feast of Saint Valentine to celebrate February 14th. It originated as a Christian feast day to honor what? Who was killed in the testimony of Jesus or have faith in Jesus. See that shit, bro? So this what Valentine was really about. They was killing Christians for believing in Jesus and having faith in the 3rd century. So when they crucified Jesus, look how many people they crucified after Jesus. Back to back. That was the fucked up part about it. Because I really celebrate on Valentine's Day. Because they were killing you if you believe in Jesus or have faith. In the church, stories depict this shit. The death, stoning, crucifixing, burning at the stakes. Right? There are numbers in the Mitradome story associated with various Saint Valentine connected to February 14, including the count of imprisonment of Saint Valentine in Rome. Same image of Jesus, same depiction of Jesus. And he in Rome. Right? In the 3rd century. According to early century, Saint Valentine restored the sight to the blind daughters of the jailer. Numerous later additions to the legend that was better to relate it to the theme of love. Tradition maintained that Saint Valentine performed weddings for Christian soldier who was forbidden to marry by the Roman Empire. And in the 18th century, now check this out. Now this skip all the way to the 1800s. Yeah, so boom. Yeah, they claim that they wrote to the jealous daughter a letter signed by Valentine. Well, it's farewell of his. Come on, bruh. Man, you can't live in the goddamn 3rd century and still be going on in the 1800s, which would be the 18th century. So look when they start showing the Cupid, they start showing the Cupid in the 1900s, right? If you look at the 8th century, I went back, so I was like, the 18th century gonna be 800 after Jesus' death. So I said, oh, if I go to St. Nicholas, right? St. Nicholas is Santa Claus. So this St. Nicholas. And guess who St. Nicholas supposed to be? Watch this. He was born in the year the 2nd century. That means 247 from the Roman Empire, right? And check this out. Traditionally, December the 6th, round in the 3rd century, he supposed to be 73. You see what I'm saying? The numbers don't even add up. But if you calculate like, well, wait a minute. Oh, I see what's going on in the 2nd century. Go back to the 3rd century. They go back to February with who? Saint Valentine, February in the second century, in the 3rd century. Then you got him, Santa Claus, that's named Saint Nicholas, and guess what he known for? He was a bishop. Oh, that's why his feast day's in December. So that means, oh, if he was born March, what the fuck was going on in December for him to claim the month of December? Oh, check this out. According to the Georgia calendar, you know what I'm saying? It was a main feast day. Ooh-wee. Oh, okay. I know how we do it on Christmas and stuff. So let's read the real history of St. Nicholas. Watch this, y'all.
(343, 34 B, also known as Nicholas of Bari, was an early Christian bishop of Greek descent from the maritime city of Patara in Anatolia, in modern-day Antalya province, Turkey, during the time of the Roman Empire. 8, because of the many miracles attributed to his intercession, he is also known as Nicholas the Wonder-worker. C. Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of sailors, merchants, archers, repentant thieves, children, brewers, pawnbrokers, toy makers, unmarried people, and students in various cities and countries around Europe. His reputation evolved among the pious, as was common for early Christian saints, and his legendary habit of secret gift-giving gave rise to the folklore of Santa Claus, Saint Nick, through Sinterklaas. Little is known about the historical Saint Nicholas. The earliest accounts of his life were written centuries after his death and probably contain legendary elaborations. He is said to have been born in the Anatolian seaport of Patara, Lycia, in Asia Minor to wealthy Christian parents.
Uh-oh. He was born to a wealthy Christian parents. Keep this in mind. Is Santa Claus a Jew? Check this out. If you got presidents, ask the old president, be like, grow your beard out. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got white men's clean cut and shave, right? Cut your beard off. Cause look, you will never have a president with a full blown beard. Have you noticed that? What? I can tell you this shit, the shit that I found out. Guess who he looked like? Santa Claus. That's who we talking about, Santa Claus. That knew about Jesus' death and had every bit of to cover it up for the family. Cause you know this royal blood, right? Ain't this the same pictures that he would be taking, Jesus would be taking with the peace sign, holding the Bible with the sun behind? All right, let's listen to some more of this shit.
Parents. 9. In one of the earliest attested and most famous incidents from his life, he is said to have rescued 3 girls from being forced into prostitution by dropping a sack of gold coins through the window of their house each night for 3 nights, so their father could pay a dowry for each of them.
Whoa, prostitution with little girls? That sounds like some Jeffrey Epstein case dealing with higher figures, right? Higher figures. Man, I want to learn none of this shit if I didn't investigate the Kanika Jinga case and it opened my eyes to Israel. Once it opened my eyes to Israel, it tapped in with my belief. And once it tapped in with my belief, I'm tracing this shit back to Santa Claus. Santa Claus. St. Patrick. Man, when they were showing us what St. Patrick looked like, they showed us a leprechaun looking for a pot of gold with a bow tie and a green suit. Or the rainbow. Rainbow they gave with the pot of gold. So when you think about the leprechaun, pot of gold, children, that's prostitution and human trafficking. And this prostitution and human trafficking, that's what Hollywood do. Yeah, let these kids take these pot of gold. We're gonna make them with stars and shit, but they gotta sell their soul though. You know what I'm talking about, for that pot of gold. So we got to have sex with them, put them in compromised position, and you know what I'm talking about. This shit been running for years, centuries before we were born, bro. So, if Santa Claus was a famous incident in his life where he said he rescued 3 girls from being forced into prostitution by dropping a sack of gold coins through the window of they house. Sound like he didn't want to get exposed and say, man, take the money. And each night for 3 days, the father would pay a what? The daddy took the payment for each of them. Whoa! That sounds like a lawsuit. Like, yeah, you know what, man, I'm going to sell out on this one. Yeah, pay them folks. What's the other stories?
Then, 10 other early stories tell of him calming a storm at sea, saving 3 innocent soldiers from wrongful execution, and chopping down a tree possessed by a demon. In his youth, he is said to have made a pilgrimage to Egypt and Syria, Palestina. Shortly after his...
Oh, Santa Claus in Egypt? Whoa, goddamn, I ain't know all this shit. I ain't know all this shit. I ain't know all this. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know this? Did y'all know all this shit was going on with Santa Claus?
His return, he became Bishop of Myra. He was later cast into prison during the persecution of Diocletian, but was released after the accession of Constantine. An early list makes him an attendee at the...
And guess who Constantine was? Y'all remember that movie Constantine? When I first read that movie Constantine, oh man. So don't this go back to the year 300? Oh, look. They got this right. Instead of they saying before BC, they got this after death. Man, I'm good, bro. Remember, this supposed to be BC. And the whole person me going live, I'm like, y'all look, if you take BC, it's not before Christ. This will be after death. That's why they had to name it BC. So when you look at the truth now you see this got the after death. And this when Santa Claus supposed to be born in what? The 3rd century? In the year 300.
At the First Council of Nicaea in 325, but he is never mentioned in any writings by people who were at the council. Late, unsubstantiated legends claim that he was temporarily defrocked and imprisoned during the council for slapping the heretic Arius. Another famous late legend tells how he resurrected 3 children who had been murdered and pickled in brine by a butcher planning to sell them as pork during a famine.
Whoa! That sounds like cannibalism. Eating humans. And he said he resurrected. That means that you brought 3 children back to life who has been murdered. That was butchered by the butcher. Come on, man. Come on, man. I just want to show y'all this shit. Check this out. Fewer than 200 years later, Nicholas Dale, St. Nicholas Church, and this motherfucker got a church. This motherfucker got a church. Santa Claus got a church and was dealing for human trafficking and paying off families with silver pieces for what?
Famine. Fewer than 200 years after Nicholas's death, the St. Nicholas Church was built in Myra under the orders of Theodosius, 2 over the site of the church where he had served as bishop, and his remains were moved to a sarcophagus in that church. In 1087, while the Greek Christian inhabitants of the region were subjugated by the newly arrived Muslim Seljuk Turks, and soon after the beginning of the East, West Schism, a group of merchants from the Italian city of Bari removed the major bones of Nicholas's skeleton from a sarcophagus in the church without authorization and brought them to their hometown, where they are now enshrined in the Basilica di San Nicola. The remaining bone fragments from the sarcophagus were later removed by Venetian sailors and taken to Venice during the First Crusade. Biographical sources. Very little is known about St. Nicholas's historical life. 1112, any writings Nicholas himself may have produced have been lost, and he is not mentioned by any contemporary chroniclers. 13, this is not surprising. 14, since Nicholas lived during a turbulent time in Roman history. 14, the earliest mentions of St. Nicholas indicate that, by the 6th century, his following was already...
So check this out. That's when everybody gone to know who he is 300 years later when they write a book about him. You see what I'm saying? Just ain't like Michael Jackson. You know when he died, you know what I'm saying? Look how, you know what I'm saying, people came out books years and years later. You see what I'm saying? So look, in the 6th century, 300 years later, they already know who Nicholas. If you do this investigation, you're gonna be like, oh man, this was a preacher fucking with kids, paying off the mama, and spoiling the kids with gifts. That's all that was. Got caught And once he got caught, that's how we got Santa Claus. Oh, now let this, since years and years later, so if we could erase all of this shit what he done did bad, let's give him Santa Claus and celebrate December. And then this thing, it want to symbolize Jesus too. Like, yeah, well, Jesus was born in December. Why they got us believing Jesus was born in December and we represent Santa Claus too? And when it come to April Fool, on April Fool's Day, right? Guess what Easter Sunday is? And this dealing with Jesus with an Easter bonnet, talking about, yeah, that's a re-restoration. Sound like Santa Claus shit going on. Yeah, he rescued 3 girls out of restoration. So they basically saying he brought 3 girls that was restorated from death. From death, bro. So he raised 3 female children from death. And paid the mom and them like, yeah, look, I'm gonna give y'all some gold and shit, That's why the parents work extra hard. About that time, make sure their kids have the present they want for Christmas. It was all the oath. And you sold into it. That's the way I'm looking at it now. Let's keep reading.
Already well established. 15. Less than 200 years after St. Nicholas's probable death, the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II, ruled 401 to 450, ordered the building of the church.
So look, y'all know who this is? Look. In 400 years, this the 4th century. He was what? This after Jesus died. Keep this in mind. They want y'all to believe this was before Jesus, but this after Jesus. That's why they had to come up with a narrative like, yeah, God coming back, right? Jesus coming back. Because they know what Jesus actually said, bruh. You see what I'm saying? Look. So all this was like everybody trying to cover up for Jesus. And Jesus said he the way, they gonna need to perform a religions. And that's how Christians got it started. That's why they need you to be a Christian and get baptized again. Yeah. Look. You see it? So what this sound like after Jesus died? After Jesus died, everything falls in order. Now you see why in the 16th century you have matter of fact, look. Hold up. Saint Nicholas. Right? He was a preacher, he had a church. Not only he was a preacher, he had high authority if he was a bishop. So boom. These people were honoring him 250 years after his death where they paid homage to the man. They paid homage to the man, right? This how they honor him. And look, if you look at now today form, what this image look like? If the parents sleep and the kids sleep and you got a man creeping through your window, to these days you will get shot for that. And here it go, another redhead. You'll get killed for that. You see what I'm saying? Look. Check this out. Nicholas said that he had disturbed the wealth to the poor. He said he distributed their wealth to the poor. It's the most famous, what? Man, I got to goddamn it. Read this shit out loud.
After his parents died from an epidemic, Nicholas is said to have distributed their wealth to the poor. 23, 30 in his most famous exploit. 31, which is first attested in Michael the Archimandrite's Life of Saint Nicholas. Nicholas heard of a devout man who had once been wealthy, but had lost all of his money due to the plotting and envy of Satan. 23, 32. The man could not afford proper dowries for his 3 daughters. 32, 23, 30. This meant that they would remain unmarried and probably, in absence of any other possible employment, be forced to become prostitutes. 23, 30, 32. Hearing of the girls' plight, Nicholas decided to help them, but being too modest to help the family in public, or to save them the humiliation of accepting charity, he went to the house under the cover of night and threw a purse filled with gold coins through the window opening into the house. 23, 30. The father immediately arranged a marriage for his first daughter, and after her wedding, Nicholas threw a second bag of gold through the same window late at night. 23, 30, 34. According to Michael the Archimandrite's account, after the second daughter was married, the father stayed awake for at least 2 nights and caught St. Nicholas in the same act of charity toward the third daughter. 23, 30, 35. The father fell on his knees, thanking him, and Nicholas ordered him not to tell anyone about the gifts. 23, 30, 35. The scene of Nicholas's secret gift-giving is one of the most popular scenes in Christian devotional art, appearing in icons and frescoes from across Europe. Although depictions vary depending on time and place, 36. Nicholas is often shown wearing a cowl while the daughters are typically shown in bed, dressed in their night clothes. Many renderings contain a cypress tree or a cross-shaped cupola. 36. Icon of St. Nicholas, with scenes written by Theodore Palackis, 1650 to 1692. The historicity of this incident is disputed. 23. Adam C. English argues for a historical kernel to the legend, noting the story's early attestation as well as the fact that no similar stories were told about any other Christian saints. 37. Jonah Lendering, who also argues for the story's authenticity, notes that a similar story is told in Philostratus's life of Apollonius of Tyana, in which Apollonius gives money to an impoverished father but posits that Michael the Archimandrite's account is markedly different. 23. Philostratus does not mention the fate of the daughters and, in his story, Apollonius's generosity is purely motivated out of sympathy for the father. In Michael the Archimandrite's account, however, St. Nicholas is instead expressly stated to be motivated by a desire to save the daughters from being sold into prostitution. 23. He argues that this desire to help women is most characteristic of 4th century Christianity due to the prominent role women played in the early Christian movement, rather than Greco-Roman paganism or the Christianity of Michael the Archimandrite's time in the 9th century, by which point the position of women had drastically declined. 23. Nicholas is also said to have visited the Holy Land. The ship he was on was nearly destroyed by a terrible storm, but he rebuked the waves, causing the storm to subside. Men played in the early Christian movement.
Don't that sound like who? Look, check this out. Don't that sound like that he was in a storm on a boat and he visited the Holy Land and everybody know the Holy Land's in Jerusalem? It would make sense why he would be in Jerusalem and he fucking with kids. And check this out. That's why we got Hollywood right today making movies with kids, making them stars and all this. And then we playing dumb like, oh man, these folks had drug problems. Then when these people tell us, man, they abused us, they got us high, they in the witchcraft and they in devil. And we ain't like, oh, for real? Damn, I ain't even know this shit. This shit got to be deep. And then when they say that, it's so hard for you to believe. Like you say, I believe, but you really don't believe it. That's crazy. They were all dealing with kids. Now you see why after Jesus died, now you see why Abraham was like, yeah, I'm going to sacrifice my first son. And God told him, yeah, sacrifice your first son. Yeah, look at all the plagues they put on the kids. Yeah, kill all the kids, the women, and all of them. You know what I'm talking about? That was after Jesus' death in the Old Testament. Yeah, poison them, giving them plagues, and we're going to plague the whole city. And it's going to be a pandemic. So once you go back to the pandemic, right? Because keep this in mind, St. Nicholas, watch this. St. Nicholas said it was a pandemic in his time frame. Go back to the pandemic hit. If you go back to the pandemic hit, guess why the pandemic hit? Mount Musa. Mount Musa. You wanna know why? Watch this. Check this out. Hold on. Watch this, y'all. I'm gonna pull up Mount Musa right quick and let me play this shit. Y'all see what the real story behind Santa Claus. And y'all see why it's dealing with the Philistine people. Y'all know they done bombed the Philistine people and killed damn near half of their population in a couple of months. Shit. Look. Let me pull up Mount Musa.
The early Christian movement, rather than Greco-Roman paganism or the Christianity of Michael the Archimandrite's time in the 9th century, by which point the position of women had drastically declined. 23. Nicholas is also said to have visited the Holy Land. The ship he was on was nearly destroyed by a terrible storm, but he rebuked the waves, causing the storm to subside. Thus, Nicholas became venerated as the patron saint of sailors and travelers. 30. While in Palestine, Nicholas is said to have lived in a crypt near Bethlehem, where the nativity of Jesus is believed to have taken place. Over the crypt where Nicholas is believed to have lived now stands the Church of St. Nicholas in Beit Jela, a Christian town of which Nicholas is the patron saint. 38. 39. Bishop of Myra. St. Nicholas of Myra saves 3 innocents from death. 1888, by Ilya Repin. After visiting the Holy Land, Nicholas returned to Myra. The Bishop of Myra, who had succeeded Nicholas's uncle, had recently died 30, and the priests in the city had decided that the first priest to enter the church that morning would be made bishop.
Check this out, y'all. If y'all go look up check this out. If Saint Nicholas, if in the year between, check this out, Mount Musa. If you look up Mount Musa, when Mount Musa was born, hold on. Check this out. What century Mount Musa was born? Check this out. Check this out. If you listen to this shit,
Nicholas went to the church to pray. 30, and was therefore proclaimed the new bishop. 24. 30. 40. He is said to have been imprisoned and tortured during the Great Persecution under the Emperor Diocletian, ruled 284 to 305, 41, 42, but was released under the orders of the Emperor Constantine the Great. Ruled 306 to 337. 15. This story sounds plausible, but is not attested in the earliest sources, and is therefore unlikely to be historical. 43. One of the earliest attested stories of St. Nicholas is one in which he saves 3 innocent men from execution. 33. 44, according to Michael the Archimandrite, 3 innocent men were condemned to death by the governor Eustathius. As they were about to be executed, Nicholas appeared, pushed the executioner's sword to the ground, released them from their chains, and angrily chastised a juror who had accepted a bribe. 44, according to Jonah Lendring. This story directly parallels an earlier story in Philostratus's life of Apollonius of Tyana, in which Apollonius prevents the execution of a man falsely condemned of banditry. 23. Michael the Archimandrite also tells another story in which the consul Ablabius accepted a bribe to put 3 famous generals to death, in spite of their actual innocence. 45. Saint Nicholas appeared to Constantine and Ablabius in dreams, informing Constantine of the truth and frightening Ablabius into releasing the generals for fear.
Y'all seen that movie Constantine? Go back to that movie Constantine. Ooh-wee. And then when you go look up Constantine in Google, Constantine was some of the ones that were helping to recreate the Bible. Now check this out. If Jesus died in the first century between 33 and 36 years, right? So when King James introduced the Bible to the world, that's 1600 years later. That means that's why you got King Solomon. That's why you got Hollywood movies came and made those movies and said this was before Jesus, because they always like, yeah, you know, it's a Messiah coming later on in life. We need to be prepared for it. But the whole time, they already killed the man and took his teachings and switched his word around. And that's how when they wrote the Bible, that's why Solomon, David and them all said they're going to be blessed with a Messiah through their bloodline. So basically, they knew they were dead. So what they did, they took God's word as he preached and wrote the Bible scripture as they walked with him. Like all his 12 disciples. Yeah, and if you look at when they was born, you would see that some of them were born after death. And then you would see some of them were born during the first century. I mean, when Jesus was born, right? The ones that's cousin with Jesus, because in the Bible clearly said who Jesus related to when it comes to the 12 disciples. Look what happened to them after when he died. And look at the other disciples that was born after he died. That means they never walked with Jesus. The ones that were born after when he died. Cause guess when, cause the ones that didn't walk with Jesus said they were disciples, never walked with Jesus. Never walked with Jesus and never met the man. Never met the man, bro. So look, this is what I'm finna get at. When I say the Old Testament is put it like this here, the New Testament, all the new books in Testament, read that first, consider that's the truth. Start from Jesus when he was born. Start off with the background of Jesus. Once you start out with the background of Jesus, you're gonna find out, oh, King Solomon, King David was born after Jesus. That's why they said they need to build a temple of God. What if they knew that this man was actually son of God? So by them feeling kind of guilty about it, man, let's build a church in honoring of him. That's when you get churches and temples. And guess what it forms? Because when it come to when it come to Abraham, well, when you think of Adam and Eve, that's when Freemasonry got started. So that means Adam and Eve was after Jesus' death. It was not before his death, it was after his death. It was after the man's death. And I promise you to God, if you think I'm lying, let me just show you some timestamps. Here go the Afro. Don't this go back to the ocean Indian slave trade? Guess what time frame this is? Look what time frame this would be. You should know it now, right? All right. Once you find out who the Afro-Iranians, oh, let me look into the Afro-Iranian. Oh, I know where Cain fled it at. I know where the first city that Cain built this own city and named after Cain. Then you got the Canaanites, right? You got the Canaanites, right? So look, boom, you got the Canaanites. All right. Hold up. Check this out. Here go Osama bin Laden. If you look up Osama bin Laden, y'all wanna know why the man had to die? Look who his parents was. He was already a billionaire with the oil. And guess where he from? Yemen. Yemen. Where Queen Sheba from, right? All right, check this out. Here go Elizabeth. And this Queen Elizabeth was born in the 1st century. Check this out. Queen Elizabeth people made slave movies. And this bitch had something to do with Jesus' death. Queen Elizabeth. Oh, I watched Django. That's my favorite movie. Oh, I watched this slave movie. That's my favorite movie. Guess who they depicted this? When she was in those slave movies as a queen, make a decision when Jesus was born, slavery was already, man. When there was the clip, when you think about, what's a good slave movie, y'all? Once you think about Queen Elizabeth in those slave movies, when she had those kids, slave kids and all that, Jesus was still alive. Shit, matter of fact, guess how old she would be? She was born in the 1st century or early after death when Jesus died. Look how old she would be when Jesus died. Check this out. You ain't got to do nothing but just read the scripture. The Luke of Gospel. Queen Elizabeth was one of the daughters of Aaron. Oh, they told you who the daughter she was. Aaron. Go look who Aaron was. Everybody should know who Aaron is, right? She and her husband, whoa. And her husband, who? Shit, do I need to look that up for y'all? So y'all can be like, damn, that shit fucked up. Hold on. So, if she was living when Jesus was born, right? If she was living when Jesus was born, right? Watch this, y'all. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Damn, what the fuck? All right, here I go. So look what this look like now. If she was the husband of who? Him? Oh, it makes sense now. makes sense. This a book in the New Testament. Guess how this book finna say, yeah, this was in the late century, in the BC. Oh, this is in the 6th century. Oh, before Christ, in the 6th century. All right, check this out. We just read this shit. According to Luke, Elizabeth was the only daughter of Aaron. She and her husband, who? Her husband was righteous before God and walking all the commandments. Whoa! Oh, shit! So you mean to tell me, boom, 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 look. So that means if she was husband, if this her husband, that means she was really born in the 6th century after his death. That's why they said, yeah, she was born in the 1st century, early after his death. So once you read this, let's read this shit again. Man, this shit got to play, bro.
The Book of Zechariah is a Jewish text attributed to Zechariah, a Hebrew prophet of the late 6th century BC. In the Hebrew Bible, the text is included as part of the 12 minor prophets, itself a part of the second division of that work. In the Christian Old Testament, the Book of Zechariah is considered to be a separate book and consists of 14.
Oh, didn't they say this in the Old Testament? In the Christian Old Testament, the Book of Zechariah. So when I say the Old Testament, it's really not the Old Testament. It was right after Jesus' death. Here's proof. Right here. Here go your proof. Right here. So that means when you read about the Old Testament, Jesus already died. Adam and Eve, Jesus already died. That's why when you hear preachers was like, yeah, Jesus was always in the beginning. Jesus was I am. There was Jesus. You see what I'm saying? Now you see why. If you look, this will be after the Old Testament is after Jesus' death. So whatever Jesus preached to them, guess what they did? They killed Jesus and they went back to their pagan gods. Cows, bulls. Look how many people you worship the bull right now that like the Chicago Bull. Look at the people that worshiping dolphins. Look at the people that worshiping the Miami Dolphins, that football fans. You see what I'm saying? All this is worship. So boom. So this would be the husband of who? Elizabeth. Now you see why she would be in the Bible. And look what her husband would write. This her husband. If she married Elizabeth, was one of the daughters of Aaron. And her husband, who? So how that would be talking about her in Jesus' area, but in the Old Testament. The Old Testament, you got they saying this?
14 chapters. 1.
Historical context.
Edit. One of the 3 prophets from the post-exilic period, Zechariah's prophecies took place during the reign of Darius the Great. 2 chapters 1 to 8 of the book are contemporary with the prophecies of Haggai. 3, while chapters 9 to 14, often termed Second Zechariah, are thought to have been written much later, in the 5th century, during the late Persian or early Ptolemaic period. 4. Scholars believe that Ezekiel, with his blending of ceremony.
And guess what you finna find out about Ezekiel? Now look, Ezekiel talk about the devil. Look, if you look at Ezekiel, another redhead. Guess what he gonna be born? In the 6th century, in Jerusalem. Died in Babylon with the, look. So, if you look at the book of Ezekiel, all it's doing talk about, yeah, he was called by the prophet, encounter with God, with the 4 living creatures, and the wheels. The wheels. Oh shit. Now you see why he's surrounded by kids. Now you see why all these goddamn people surrounded by little babies. Hold up. Look what it's finna go back to. Ezekiel age at the time of his vision, making him 52 when he saw the vision in the 2nd century. Whoa! So Jesus died in 33 or 36. Shit. That's damn near 50, 60 years later. So you'll be close to 90 or 100 years. You'll be an old ass man. No wonder you will be a rabbi and correct this shit. You see what I'm saying? So look, if this the 2nd century and Jesus died in the 1st century, the 1st century is 1 year all the way to 100. Then when you get to 200 years, that's the 2nd century. 3 is 300. 4 is 400. Look at this shit. That's right after Jesus died. That ain't even 100 years after the man died. And these people, whoa.
One of the 3 prophets from the post-exilic period, Zechariah's prophecies took place during the reign of Darius the Great. Chapters 1 to 8 of the book are contemporary with the prophecies of Haggai. 3, while chapters 9 to 14, often termed Second Zechariah, are thought to have been written much later, in the 5th century, during the late Persian or early Ptolemaic period. 4. Scholars believe that Ezekiel, with his blending of ceremony and vision, heavily influenced the visionary works of Zechariah 1:8. 5. During the exile, a significant portion of the population of the Kingdom of Judah was taken to Babylon, where the prophets told them to make their homes. 6. Suggesting they would spend a long time there. Cyrus the Great conquered the Neo-Babylonian Empire in 539 BC. The following year, he released the Edict of Cyrus, which marked the beginning of the first return to Judah under Sheshbazzar. Darius acceded to the throne in 522 BC. He divided the many regions of the empire into provinces, each of which was overseen by a governor. Zerubbabel was appointed by Darius as governor over Judah, now redesignated the province of Yehud-Medinata of the Persian Empire. Under the reign of Darius, Zechariah also emerged, focusing his prophecies on the rebuilding of the temple. Unlike the Babylonians, the Persian Empire went to great lengths to keep cordial relations between vassal and lord. The rebuilding of the temple was encouraged by the Persian monarchs in hopes that it would stabilize the local population. This policy was good politics on the part of the Persians, and the Jews viewed it as a blessing from God. 7. Prophet. Edit. Main article. Zechariah, Hebrew prophet. The name Zechariah means God remembered. Not much is known about Zechariah's life other than what may be inferred from the book. It has been speculated that his grandfather Iddo was the head of a priestly family who returned with Zerubbabel 8, and that Zechariah may have been a priest as well as a prophet. This is supported by Zechariah's interest in the temple and the priesthood, and from Iddo's preaching in the books of Chronicles. Authorship. Edit. Greek manuscript of Zechariah from c. 50 BC, 50 c. Nahal Hever. Most modern scholars believe the book of Zechariah was written by at least two different people. 9 Zechariah 1-8, sometimes referred to as 1st Zechariah, was written in the 6th century BC and contains oracles from the historical prophet Zechariah, who lived in the Achaemenid Empire during the kingdom of Darius the Great. 9 Zechariah 9-14, often called 2nd Zechariah, contains within the text no datable references to specific events or individuals, but most scholars give the text a date in the 5th century BC. 10 2nd Zechariah, in the opinion of some scholars. 2nd Zechariah, in the opinion of some scholars.
So, to make a long story short, do y'all see what I'm doing here? Look how, if you read the Old Testament and you put it in your mind, okay, before the creation of the world and Adam and Eve, Jesus already died. That's why you have pastors already said, yeah, in the beginning, Adam and Eve, Jesus was Adam and all of this old shit. And then they'll say some shit like, well, there was Jesus talking and fulfilling prophecies in the Old Testament. The reason why they said Jesus was fulfilling prophecy in the Old Testament, because he wasn't born yet, right? So they gonna say, yeah, he was a prophet, and the whole time he was dead since they murdered him, and the message that they received was like, well, you know, he the king of God. And once they found out the king of God, once they crucified Jesus, when they found out that he was the king of God, look how the white man had to scatter, and now they in the Stone Age, but they left with the Ark of Covenant. With the Ark of Covenant, that's how they came to the Iron Ages and all this old shit. That's how you got King David, Solomon, and all these people already were building temples of the house of the Lord and all of this shit. And they was like, yeah, you know, Jesus gonna come. But the reason why they said Jesus is gonna come, because they already killed him, and Jesus said he was gonna come back. So that's why they had prophets that say, yeah, it's a Messiah coming. Because they remember the message. Right? They remember the message, what Jesus said. So if you look at this all after Jesus' death, this how Freemason got started. Once you get Freemason started, right? When I told y'all, when I got the real Freemasonic book, this what I found out who the God is. Odin. The one-eyed God. Hold on. Hold on. All right, I got it now, y'all. I'm gonna pull it up. Guess who the one God, the one eye who God is that symbolize Freemasonry? Odin. If you look at who Odin is, Odin originated where? Don't he symbolize like Santa Claus? Have you noticed that all the image of God symbolize the same image? Look how God looked like, Jesus looked like, Moses looked like, King David looked like, all in their image. Look, they were paganism, right? He was in the 4th, in the 6th century. Common era, meaning that they talked about him 400 years after Jesus died. That's where you get the Vikings from. Don't you know most of the bike gang look like these people, Hell's Angels, on the motorcycle club? Bam! When you think about the Vikings, think about what the Vikings did when the Iron Age came, they started using swords and shit. Swords and armor. So look. If you look at Odin, he's the one-eyed god. That's his eye that you see on the Freemason symbol. That's his eye. Matter of fact, let me do it like this here. Hold on. Is it pulling up? All right. Here we go, y'all. Watch this. You remember the all-seeing eye when it come to Freemasonry? And keep this in mind, they always gonna paint a red head, red cheekbone like Santa Claus, right? Why did Odin sacrifice his eye? This Freemasonic history. He sacrificed his eye because, hold on, it was for wisdom. He was the god of war, magic, victory, and willing to give his eye without a fight. How did he lose the eye? Hold on. Let's see. Now check it out. Ain't this how they depict God? Ain't this how they depict God? It was a symbol of insight and understanding, and for sacrifice he made to whoa. So that's how. So when Jesus died, that's how Freemasonry was built. So when I read the book of Babylon, the book of Genesis, when Cain descended, when they get the 12 tribes of Israel, that's why they say he a God, the God of wisdom, because he sacrificed his eye for the wisdom, for knowledge. So now look. So that means if you got Noah's flood and you got King David, Queen Sheba, and all of this, what really happened if Jesus already died before the Noah flood? What that history gonna go back to? Ethiopia. And that's where you finna get the Black Madonna and the Virgin Jesus, because you want to know what they did? Guess who stole the Noah Ark? The white man, because it was in Ethiopia. And that's why he fled with the Ark, and that's how white man became civilized. And once the white man came civilized, that's why the white man abused the power, because he had knowledge and power just like they do. So check this out. When Jesus fled to Egypt, that's why you got Queen Elizabeth disputing King Dave, like, yeah, man, y'all saying Jesus came from your bloodline. What's up with that? Me and my people here want to see what's up. Why you saying Jesus was a white-skinned Jew and we the real Jews? You see what I'm saying? So if you trace back to Adam and Eve's story, look who was already in royalty before Jesus was here. That's why when they paint the image of Jesus, you always seen the sun. That's why they call us Afro-American, because of our hair. When you let it grow out like a sun. We the only race that's out here that our hair grow like the sun. Look. If you go to Ethiopia language, why you think all the image coming out to him? Look what he would look like. Ethiopian. And look what the garden Odin look like. Him. Him. Only difference is they was wearing and covering up their hair, and the white man was like, look, since we gonna be in power, we got to shave our beards. That's why you got clean shaved white men, because they were like, when we grow our beard, they will show our identity. That's why they don't want us to grow our beard and us to grow our hair. Notice the white man don't grow his hair like back in the day. They used to wear their hair out all long and shit. Right? Look just like it. Don't they look just like Ethiopia? Check this out. Once you go back to King Solomon, look where King Solomon was born. Right in the 9th century. So, if Jesus already died almost 1,000 years ago, where do you think they got all their teachings from? Jesus. Cause keep this in mind, when Jesus came and said, man, look, I'm the way. Man, them folk had a problem with that. So if you go to David, look who, when you go back to King Solomon, this who Queen Sheba came to meet up with. Look. A Jewish prophet, Simon was portrayed as wealthy, powerful, and he was a follower of Yahweh. Who is Yahweh? Jesus. Jesus. But if you read the Old Testament again, you would be like, oh, I thought that was God. You know, the one that created the world. So when you read Solomon again, you'd be like, oh, that is Jesus. That's why they call him Yahweh. So this just show you proof that they knew who Jesus was. They knew who Jesus was. You see what I'm saying? That's why there was already crosses. Think about this here. Why would these people already be wearing crosses if the cross wasn't even invented yet? If Jesus didn't die yet? But all of a sudden, these people wearing crosses, gold armor, all this shit, bro. So this let you know, man, these folks know who Yahweh was. Let go who the Yahweh. Guess who they finna say Yahweh is? Weather, a war. He's a national God. The kingdom of Judah and Israel. And the head of what? Don't this sound like Jesus? This sounds very much like Jesus, bro. That's why they had to build a temple. That's who built the church in Jerusalem Freemasonry when it came to King Solomon, and that's why they killed King Hybrid, cause the construction and the secrets. Maybe that's one of the secrets is somebody found out like, damn, wait a minute. Man, Jesus was already born. That's why y'all building the church. Shut up, shut the fuck up. Boop, 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 shut the fuck up. Get out and kill him. So look, if you read all this about Yahweh, that's who they was talking about, Jesus. The whole fucking time. Jesus, bruh. That's why you got the Temple of Solomon, right? Look, Solomon is also revealed in Christianity and Islam. Oh, that's why Abraham had to build the Kabbalah in Iran, right? That's why they praise Abraham. And when Abraham, you know, if you follow Abraham, this would be all after Jesus' death, bruh. I thought it was before his death, but this after the death. No wonder why everybody praising this John. And we go to church and listen to the murderers that killed Jesus and crucified him. So look. So when they said Solomon, you know what I'm saying, reverted to Christianity and Islam in the New Testament, he is portrayed as a teacher of wisdom compared to Jesus. Now you see why, if they compared him to Jesus, where do you think he got his history from? Jesus and Queen Elizabeth had to go visit Dave, because everything, just put it like this here. You could steal all the man teachings, kill him, just like an inventor. An inventor come to you with a blueprint, and you read that blueprint, be like, boy, this some powerful shit. Let me kill him, set him up, boom, kill him, rewrite his whole history. And say, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with this, you know what I'm saying? Because I was already born before Jesus. But this was after, you know what I'm saying, Jesus was born, and his family, his bloodline, the one that killed Jesus. So that's why you got the Ethiopian tribe, the Egyptians, right? Oh, I guess it. So I guess it now. They go back to him. Like I said, this the Freemasonry. This the Freemasonry that built King Solomon. Guess what? Watch this. If this was after Jesus' death, now you see why they had to form this Freemasonry shit. Cause look, Hyman was a successor of King Tyrant. It's the son of who? This where you finna get Freemasonry from. Payal. Uh-oh. Now you can read that for yourself. That's who they killed, building King Solomon. He was a 33-degree Mason. If he was a 33-degree Mason and they killed him when they were building the Church of God, now you see why the Freemason had to kill him in the temple. In the temple, bro. In the temple. So Now look what he looked like. Explaining the ark. If you got Noah's ark, right? Watch this. Let's go back to Noah's ark. Once you go back to Noah's ark, notice they ain't gonna give you a timestamp on it. They know not to give you a timestamp on Noah's ark. But everybody know Noah's ark. What kind of animals he supposed to have on there? Exotic animals. Right? And teachings of the Bible before they wrote it. Teachers of God's word, and they took God's word and they had to get out of there on the boat and landed in Caucasus Mountain. And then they got Ozzy Osbourne. No wonder Ozzy Osbourne visited the Ark Encounter in 2017 in a TV show. Oh, so he went to the Ark. No wonder why they so interested in this shit. So everybody know the story about the Noah's Ark. Once you go back to the Afro-Iranians, look what the Afro look. Check this out. Afro-Asian. Now this is what an Afro-Asian look like. Asian and African is ancestry. Found in India, Pakistan, and China, Indonesia, and Malaysia. African Japan. Wait a minute, did y'all know anything about this? Hold up. Look at him. Man, if that man was in the mall or in the grocery store, we'll be like, yeah, that man black. When you say black, he got a Chinese daddy. A Chinese daddy? He look Chinese and African features. So, watch this. When you go to South Africa, think about the slave trade. It always went to Cape Town and West Africa. Guess who we is? Guess who we is, y'all? You see this image? Walk outside your door. Walk outside, go to the grocery store. Don't this look like you? If this don't look like you, let's go to these people. Don't that look like us? God damn, bruh. So when I'm trying to tell y'all what Jesus actually looked like, when I say, bro, the shit that I found out dealing with the timestamp, look how far back I can go and show you, like, oh, I know who exactly I am. Matter of fact, I can even look in the mirror now and see all the features that I'm naturally consume. Look. Look what they look like. Your uncles, brothers, and nephews, granddaddies. Where they from? Look at the image. Oh, don't this look familiar? Don't this how they depict us in slave movies? Think that in mind. Keep that in mind. Oh, you see those shields? When we watch Shaka Zulu, don't they look familiar? And keep this in mind, they supposed to took us in slavery when it come to Shaka Zulu, right? Don't you know Shaka Zulu was in South Africa too? Look what we look like. Pow. Look. Y'all see that? The white man had guns now. So what the white man did when they fled, the knowledge they had and stole, they went and exiled and educated what the shit they done learned and stole. And once they came back, they just said like African was using iron for tools and shit and the little weapons. But when they figure out that damn, we can make these motherfuckers shoot. So who you think they're gonna win the battle if they shooting Indians and they sticks and spurs ain't no match? Look, he got a stick and a spur. Look, they got stick and spur. You see him got a gun, he could have picked them up. Look, so clearly you could tell that goddamn they naked in capes. Look, South Africa. South Africa. That's why them people live longer than us. Look what they eat. Look at the clothes they wear. Look what the land they at. Shaka Zulu type shit. Look. Man, them folk look just like us today in America. So when you think about South Africa, look at these people. We blended with these people, bruh. Look. South Africa again. Look at the travel. So when I said, man, look. Wait a minute, god damn, this a man? Man, that man booty bigger than a motherfucker, bruh. Man, that man got a romp. Man, he can't never wear no skinny jeans. Man, I'm trying to see, damn, like, god damn, like, you got females that would die to have a little cheek like that, you know what I'm talking about? Man, I tell y'all about these big booty ass niggas out here, you know what I'm talking about? Cause I told y'all I want to be lame, man, that man had a, man, that man got that booty done. Somebody went in there and put some real cocoa butter on that joint. It was like, yeah, you know, you massage this in and shit, you know what I'm saying? It'll help your body, your cheeks grow. And then he put that cocoa butter on his ass, was like, damn, shit. Kind of cocoa butter this? Oh, my bad, I gave you the wrong butter. This for the females, you know what I'm saying? They tricked him. Now he riding around with a big ass booty. Hey, she look like that YouTuber, y'all. Y'all remember that YouTuber? What's that YouTuber name? Meatball? Let's go to that YouTuber named Meatball. Y'all know that girl? You know that Meatball girl? Y'all know? She look just like her. So that's how they were living, like Indians. Boom. Wow. All right. So look, here's the kicker. When they go back to Jesus, let's go back to Queen Elizabeth. If you go back to Queen Elizabeth, not this Elizabeth, because you know all the queens that's in her family gonna be queens named Elizabeth. You know how like you got a daddy and his daddy named John, and you have John the First, John the Second, John Jr., John Sr., and all this old shit, right? If you trace her family tree back, right? Watch this. That's why it go back to South Africa. Once it go back to South Africa, Elon Musk from South Africa. That's why Elon Musk running shit right now. If you look at the Queen Elizabeth, all the way down her family tree, and don't she got red hair? Did they try to say in the beginning, baby Jesus had red hair, and then change it to blonde hair, then change it to white woolly hair to match their image? You know what I believe? I believe they really, you know what? I believe the reason why they couldn't let Jesus be the actual king, you know what I'm saying, without killing him, because he would mix with black and he couldn't ascend through the throne, right? Because of his skin color. So what they did was, hey, we just gonna take your history from Africa of the real Jesus, cause we royal bloods and y'all royal bloods too, and they was having sex with each other. So when it came to you know, we need a king, but we can't let Jesus be king because he's the wrong color. So they crucified him and changed the pigmentation of Jesus. And that's what Queen Sheba got a problem with. That's why Iranian is bombing Israel. That's why Yemen, where Queen Sheba from, is bombing Israel. And guess who protecting Israel? United States. Because all the presidents came from a royal bloodline and they all descendants. They all descendants. Check this out. That's why they already had the red cross. The red cross symbol is blood of Jesus, right? These people killed Jesus, bro. Look. So look at it like this here. When the white people was enslaved and see how the African people, the Ethiopian, was living and had them built the pyramid, somebody stole their goddamn the covenant art and fled with it. And and Ethiopia had to go get it back. So whatever's in the Ark of Covenant, they living just like how they was living in Ethiopia and Africa. That's why they always showed that when Africa, they showed you the post side when we was coming up. It's the reason why they didn't show you the other side. Look how she dressed up. Like, where you think they got this shit from? Look, where you think they got this shit from? Look where it all started from. Africa, bruh. Him. So if you do this, go back to this shit. All you gotta do, go to the processor. Just keep going to the processor. This finna take you all the way back. Watch this. Check this out. We wanna go back to all the way to the 1st century, right? All right, see, you got Victoria. Look, Victoria. Let's go to William. Look. All the way to the predecessor. Shit. Whoa. We see these like when they come to George Washington, right? All right. Look. Whoa. Hold on, what the fuck? Now y'all see, y'all can't go back. So they stop her history from the 1700s. Now let's go to his shit. Hold on, matter of fact. This King James, the one that wrote the Bible, guess who he married to? Anne of Denmark, Queen of Scotland. So look, if this supposed to be Queen of Scotland, right? Guess who this really is? Guess who this really is? Y'all remember the mother of Mary? This what they did. They said this Mary, but I just show y'all who that is, the other Mary. See how they look alike? And she supposed to be the mother of God, right? You see that? Now you see this supposed to be a baby Jesus with already a receiving hairline. Ain't no baby Jesus hairline like that, right? So boom. You see how they got Elizabeth, right? So now look, don't that look like she supposed to be the mother of Jesus, but she wasn't the mother of Jesus. So that's why when it came to Elizabeth and they was writing the Bible round about time, they were saying, yeah, you know, this the birth of Jesus already. Guess who they said the birth of Jesus was? Her own fucking relative. And guess when she was actually born? 15 goddamn it century. She was born in the 5th century. What? What? Y'all remember the Bohemian Grove? So now y'all see where all of this shit finna come from. So what they did, so look, this what they did, right? So when Jesus was born, when they murdered Jesus, they wrote the Bible hundreds of years ago, after his death. Like this supposed to be Elizabeth, the mother of John. That's why they said John the Baptist was cousin of Elizabeth. And Elizabeth supposed to be related to Mary. So you had family involvement killing Jesus, and they wrote the Bible years later saying, Shit, you can look at Elon Musk. He was born in South Africa, right? In South Africa. So look, I'm finna show y'all one more thing and I'm out of here. Hold on. Let me put it like this here. Black Jesus. The Black Madonna and Jesus.
According to Wikipedia.org, the term Black Madonna or Black Virgin tends to refer to statues or paintings in Western Christendom of the Blessed Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus, where both figures are depicted with dark skin. 1. Examples of the Black Madonna can be found both in Catholic and Orthodox countries.
Now y'all see that? Once you go back to the Black Madonna, that's why I showed y'all Ethiopian. Cause guess where they stole it from? This would be the real Jesus and where he came from. That's why you got the sun, cause back then they worshiped the sun. The sun. Right? Check this out. The painted icon. They predicted this shit in the 4th century by the Middle East, Caucasus, all this shit, bro. And it go back to Ethiopia. So when I told y'all it go back to Ethiopia, why you think I'm showing y'all this shit? Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Then you gotta, then look. And if you go back before Jesus' time, check this out. Look who you have in Ethiopia, in Egypt. Shit. Shit. Look. Now you see these people, bro, like, oh, damn. So once you go to African history, go to the African history. Now you look at the image. Look at this image. Ooh-wee. Then look, they was in the 3rd dynasty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I won't even be surprised if this was 613 after when Jesus died. This would be 613 after Jesus died. And if you look at this at 613 after Jesus died, look what's going on in Jerusalem at 613 with King David and them and all the St. Patrick's and St. Valentine's and you know what I'm saying? Look, all of this, you got to look into all of this shit. All of this shit, bro. So, the shit that I found out when it come to Eden and Cain, let's go to Cain. It was the curse of Cain. What's the curse? What the curse really mean? Jewish and Christian. Come on, bro. So look, once you go to slavery, Guess who was in slavery first? I'm finna show y'all who was in slavery first. I'm finna show y'all who was enslaved first. White people. White people. Hold on. I gotta pull it up. I got to find that job. Yeah, I got to find that job. Oh, I got it right here. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. I think this is it. No word, guy. Now I find that motherfucker. You know them out. Yeah, I find that junk, y'all. But let me take me a little break right quick. I've been on them motherfucker 4 hours. Now look, I just want to let y'all know. Look, this is a timestamp, right? This is a timestamp. When it comes to damn, I thought I had that job. Hold on, no, I ain't got that job. So look. Matter of fact, let me just go on and get out of here, gang, and I'm gonna go back live and pick up where I left off at. So, bye, y'all, man. Y'all be cool and y'all be safe. Appreciate the thumbs up, gang. Appreciate the thumbs up. So when I go back live, right, I don't want to be doing too much talking, because I just want to get this out the way so we can stab at the timestamp and be like, damn, this started in 609 after Jesus died. It would make totally sense. It would make so much sense that's why Hollywood know how to come out with these slave movies, because they know their history and the truth about the Bible, and they just manipulate the dates and the time on the report instead of them just what they did was just give them the Old Testament first and the New Testament after that. In reality, it's the reverse side. Bye, y'all. Check out, love y'all, man. Y'all be cool and y'all be